And we are live, Anton.
Yeah, and we are live. I'm very, very happy to say we are live. We are doing our second, very second. Okay.
You are here. Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything is fantastic. I'm just a little bit nervous. So we are doing our very second live stream, SEO charity live stream. We kind of appropriate the SEO charity, which we did not. We ran a small cats and dog charity project, guys. If someone wants to run another SEO charity project, we are absolutely open, very welcome to help or to adapt of whatever it is. Okay, back to SEO charity. Our SEO charity project it started a reasonably long time ago, more than 3 years ago. I voluntarily just help small shelters with a little bit of money. Everything has changed in February, end of February 2022, which is 2.5 years ago. War started, collapse and everything. So people who were donated money to this small cats and dogs shelters, they basically ran out of money, and the food and everything became much more expensive and everything. So those shelters which just survived before the war, when war started, were on a brink of non-surviving. So different people started different program to help army and wounded people and people who moved from their homes. I started this very small, and it started as a personal project, but now it's more than personal, and I hope it's one of the SEO community project. We collect money. You get nothing on return. It's not a trade. You just give money, and we give this money to small shelters in Ukraine, cats and dog shelters. When I say small, I mean they're not really that small. So some of them 90 animals, for example, but small in terms of they are not very well organized from bureaucratic point of view. They don't have licenses or anything, which means they are under the radar from big bureaucratic organization. Unfortunately, they don't have any money, but only money which been donated to them. Average hour, every hour, I said hour, I mean, we send them money. Our average our average shelter is about 60 to 90 animals, and they situated in a flat, usually in a private flat. Why people have that many animals? You would say it's irresponsible. If you can't not feed them, it's irresponsible. Most of those animals were saved from a street. Is either sick animals or very little kitten ended up on the street for some reason, or sometimes domestic animals, people living, or people just irresponsible. Unfortunately, you know people just take as a toy, and after that, couple of months later, they decide they don't need the toy and throw it away. So those animals have little probability to survive, especially during the winter time. So if they are not saved, they probably will die. So those are nature of those shelters. We collect money. And I have to say, when I say we, it's basically we. It's me and Aleyda who is here, who is helping me to arrange all these things. We don't have. What do I want to say? It's SEO. We use SEO charity, and I wanted to eventually happen to kind of SEO community thing. Not only this one charity. Probably plenty of charity. SEO community is famous for helping other people. I remember some people lost their jobs or being in a difficult situation, and community collect money and try to help them. This is one of this project. Any charity based on trust, and it's either huge bureaucratic charity organization, and you believe truly believe that you give them money and they won't steal it, and they'll send it to whatever charity causes. Great. And there are another type of charity like ours. It's not registered, it's not licensed, anything. It's all based on people you know. So you probably know me, you know Aleyda, or you know someone who knows. It's a SEO community, mainly SEO community, because we work in SEO. We know each other. We know each other for many years. It's how this trust based. It's why we call it SEO charity. We don't mind PPC charity. We don't mind content marketing charity, or any people who donate money. By the way, do donate. We don't mind. But we call it SEO charity because it's mainly SEO people, because we SEO community, thriving community, we know each other, so we do expect help from you. By the way, there is an option there to regular donate. If you regular donate, we call it membership. It starts from $10 a month, and we will send you this beautiful T-shirt, membership T-shirt, and about T-shirt and about any kind of expenses. We're not huge non-government organization. We're not government, but not huge. We're not huge non-government organization. We don't have any expenses, which means, of course, we do have expenses, but we don't take donated money. For example, those T-shirts I print in Ukraine and I send them for my own money. So if you want to have these T-shirts, if you want to help, be a regular, be our member for $10 a month, and I will print this T-shirt and send it to you. So this is how it works. I'm trying to watch, so I don't want to go over time. If you have any questions about how it all works, yeah, please do go and put it in the chat. I can see there are a lot of, reasonably a lot of people from London and from France, from Las Vegas, from Portland, from India, and somewhere else I already met. From both Denmark and Germany, and someone from Germany as well. Okay, guys, if you do have any question, please do shoot. Otherwise, if you could donate money, fantastic. If you cannot donate money, doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure you will learn something today, or you will be entertained today. And if you can if you can share it right now that we are live, would be also fantastic. Yes, Spain. Some people from Spain. Spain is my soul is in Spain. Even I'm in Kiev today, and Aleyda, she is in sunny Leeds, United Kingdom. Yes, Indiana, fantastic. Thank you for Indiana for coming and watching us. Okay, Aleyda, we still do have a time, don't we?
About like 7 minutes or so.
Oh wow!
And we can talk about our sponsors.
Of course, yes, this is a very important thing. We talk about our sponsors. We already received $6,500 from our sponsors. You can see. I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna read them all, but please do help us. Please our sponsors, go to their pages, check what they are doing. I'm pretty sure any of you can find something absolutely great. Maybe from not every our sponsor, but from some our sponsor. There are huge sponsors. Some of them public companies there, and some of them much smaller company. But we appreciate all of them, absolutely all of them. They did help us to collect money. They did help us to put this event, and we do have an absolutely new web page, SEO Charity, SEOcharity.com. Please do go SEOcharity.com and register for new things, or just share it with your friends. Anything for four legs friends. Thank you, Salvatore. So we still have 5 minutes to go. But Aleyda, why don't we have our next guest just put it on the screen, and we'll just talk with him before he will be going. What do you think?
Oh, just a couple of minutes. I just want to
Oh, no, okay,
say that.
we can. We okay. Never mind. We still have 5 minutes.
Just a moment. We have small changes in our agenda. We have instead of Ian, because he has personal circumstances, we'll have Andy Chadwick from Keywords Insights about keyword clustering, and I've seen his presentation. It's also wonderful, so I think you'll enjoy it as well. And yeah, I think we can gradually begin. I can show the sponsors ads. We will be showing sponsors ads from time to time. They will only take 30 seconds, so just wait.
Yeah, guys, don't judge us. We will have sponsors videos between sessions. We do it for money, but they're great sponsors anyway.
Yeah, they are great sponsors, and actually, the SERP conference, which I'm going to switch on right now, they also organize wonderful conferences as well. And some of the speakers that we are having today, they've been the speakers on these very conferences as well. So I'll put it on, okay? And we have someone very special with us right now. John, I'm super happy to see you. And I don't think you need any introduction, but I've made one. So sorry, I'll say it. John Mueller is search advocate at Google. And I think that everyone will agree that John ranks #1 in Google for his sense of humor. Also, you can, he also used to answer lots of our questions and was always calm and empathetic on Twitter. But now they migrated to LinkedIn, and I'll show you a cool hack how you can keep updated on all the news that are important in the world of SEO just by a very small thing. So you go to John's profile in LinkedIn and click all activity there. So you'll see all the posts, comments, videos, images, and reactions by John there. Some of them are super insightful and helpful, and some of them are just very, very funny and will help make your day and motivate you to work further on. And that's how I keep myself updated on all the important news in the world of SEO. Hi, John. Again.
Hi. Great to be here. How are things going? It looks like there's lots of stuff happening in the chat. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned that you'll be talking today about some interesting accounts from your own life, and you used the phrase from the movie to highlight a special aspect of it. Is that your favorite movie?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, I've watched it, I don't know, a whole bunch of times, and I don't think like the phrase is like the best part of the movie, but it's maybe memorable. I didn't actually use it on the title of my presentation that directly, but I'm sure it'll be interesting.
We've got a presentation.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we can continue with that one, if you don't mind.
Okay. Cool. Let me see. Share screen, something. Let's see.
Yeah, your shirt, John, probably will beat my T-shirt today. Yeah.
Yeah, I wore this in one of the videos that we did, and I thought I would take it along because it's so unique, I guess. Okay, so should I get started?
You can, or we can just I can ask you
Okay.
a few questions before about your favorite movies and all this kind of stuff.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I just watch the same ones over and over. I don't know.
Which one, for example, which one have you watched? What was the recent one?
I've watched the Blade Runner 20, whatever the number is. I watch that all the time. Like every time I travel, it's like, I don't know, it's on every airplane, so I just watch it. And I guess besides that, I've watched most of the Star Trek series, like all of the different episodes. It's like crazy. Yeah. It's fun. Cool. Okay, I will jump in, and I have a lot of examples, and maybe some of these are things that you all have seen before, and put some comments into the chat if that's something where you're like, oh yes, I've run across this. Maybe just briefly as background, my team is a search relations team. We try to help websites to kind of like get the most out of search. And we do that with the documentation. We have tons of documentation, the search policies, videos, events, going to places like this as well, at least virtually. And another thing that we do, which is not that well known, is when the indexing or crawling teams run into weird problems, they sometimes ask us to reach out to site owners, and then we will send them a notification in Search Console, as well as a personal email from us that kind of tells them what they're doing wrong or what they could be doing differently. And I find, like, by doing that, you run across so many weird problems. And most of these are from kind of these situations where we were kind of asked to reach out to another website to have them fix something. And some of you might have gotten these emails. It's like, it's totally fine. I'm not mentioning any names here, so don't worry. OK, so I have this kind of set up with these ... things that kind of come up. So it's like step by step going through here. It's a European website. I don't know. Can you guess what will happen? They added data privacy information page, which is fantastic. And they show it to all users. So what ended up happening is they redirected everyone who went to the website to a page called consent with the data privacy information. And you can guess what happened. Let's see. I think so. Salvatore asks if the messages that we send out are manual or automated. The ones that we do, where you actually get an email from us, they're all manual. We've looked into automating some of that, and we work together with the Search Console team to make it so that these kind of issues can be easier found. So maybe some of these are less common. But for example, the issue with the European website that redirects everyone to a consent page, it's like, I don't think we would be able to put that into Search Console because it's such a weird problem. Because as an SEO, if you see this happening, you're like, of course, like everything is going to blow up. OK, next website, a burger restaurant, which is always a good start. I guess the exception being maybe if you're in the US and there's like some weird ex-president says something weird about like what people eat. But in this case, it's a normal burger restaurant, and missing pages show an empty burger wrapper because that's fun. And what happens is they were showing this empty burger wrapper with a 200 OK status code. So basically, we couldn't see anything. And this was one of the early websites that started, I don't know, started doing this, or that we recognized was doing this. And we ended up crawling them a lot because we thought that pretty much every page leads to this fancy picture of a burger wrapper, so we should index it. And around this time, there was a team that was then actively working on trying to recognize these kind of soft 404 issues. So I think this is something that we have in Search Console now, for example. All right.
Yeah.
Next website. It's a new server. It's like everyone sets up a new server, and you just want it to be a placeholder because it's like you buy the domain, you have to put something up, right? So you keep the default page. Can you guess what happens? Of course, what happens is we crawl and index that default page because we like to find new domains, and we dupe eliminate the whole website because we think, oh, we've seen this page before. We don't need to actually index it. And I think the worst part that happens here is when we dupe eliminate a website like this, usually what happens is we think the website isn't that important, so we don't crawl it as often. And that means that
I think there's some connection problem, maybe. Anton?
I think we lost John, and John is.
I hope. Okay. And I hope John reconnects.
Okay. Let's say why don't we send the 30 seconds video which we missed? Hopefully, with this 30 seconds, John will get back to us.
We didn't. Okay. Interesting.
Yes, we had it. Sorry. Unfortunately, John didn't appear back, so which is extremely disappointing because obviously John is one of the biggest star of today's event. We hope he will be anytime. Okay, do we have anything? Alessia, do we have anything? Oh, okay, John is here. Fantastic. Yeah, thanks God. God does exist. God does exist. John Mueller is back.
My gosh. I'm currently traveling, so so far the internet has been working.
Where are you now?
I am in Los Angeles.
Okay, so guys, don't go to Los Angeles. The connection is crap there. No, stay in Zurich.
It's not that easy sometimes. Yeah. I don't know. It's like the whole days I was here so far. It's like it has been fantastic with the internet. I'm so sorry. Maybe there's something on my slides that the internet doesn't like. Let me see.
I got to find it by the server setup thing.
The server setup. Okay. Okay. Did I talk through this like the end?
Like almost.
Almost. Okay. John is being censored. Yes, it's true. By the evil internet. So the problem here is that when we dupe eliminate something, especially a whole website, we think that it's not worth crawling in that much because it's like the same thing as we've already seen. So it takes even longer for a new website to kind of get back into the index. So if you have a new domain, like, I don't know, it happens, people buy domain names, then make sure you put up, either you don't put up anything first, because if there's nothing there, if it's just a server error, then that's fine, we'll retry, or put up a custom placeholder page. Okay, let's see. Next one, we have a robots.txt file on a server, and the search result says it's snippeted. So it's like, what is happening here? No censorship. In this case, the server ended up blocking Googlebot IP addresses specifically for the robots.txt file. I don't know why, but it's basically some part of the configuration basically blocked Google from seeing the robots.txt file at all. And in a case like that, where we don't have a clear 404 or a clear 200 code, we will assume that we can't crawl or index anything from the website. So we show the roboted snippet. If that's something that your site does, like, don't do it. All right, JavaScript. I have a few with JavaScript. I'm sorry for all the fans of JavaScript. I mean, JavaScript is also interesting to do, but it's like there are lots of weird things. So JavaScript framework-based website with a link rel canonical, and you add server-side rendering. So that's like the fantastic way to deal with JavaScript, right? So what ended up happening is the rel canonical looked like this. And it really had kind of this object as the URL, because for some reason, the code that was adding the link rel canonical before the server-side rendering had a bug. And of course, in your browser, you don't see this. So basically what happened is lots of rel canonicals, but we can't use them at all. Or rather, we could use them. We just point to a weird URL that doesn't work. OK. Now we have an official website. And it has a homepage roboted. So in this case, like, they're probably doing it accidentally, but it's like people sometimes robot things out. And it has a lot of weird links because it's this official website. Everyone is linking to it in really weird ways. Can you guess what happens? I don't know. Lots of adult sites were also linking to this with like adult words and stuff. So when you search for this official government website, the title would have lots of adult words in it, which was kind of awkward. And I mean, they were quite upset about it, but they didn't realize why it was happening. So I guess my takeaway here is don't robot your pages if they're likely to be shown in search. Let's see, in the chat, we have how strong of a signal is the canonical tag. We do use it. It is something that is more than kind of a hint. And the actual weight varies over time. So in a situation like we had before, where you have object as the URL for the rel canonical, I think back then the rel canonical was very strong, and we tried to actually use that. And it seems over time the actual distribution of the weights varies a bit. All right, so we have an OK website. Next one. I don't know. Lots of OK websites are out there. Google really doesn't show it. So, of course, you go to social media. You complain. You ask all your friends to complain. So in the end, of course, Google had to fix it. But also, the website owner had submitted a site removal request trying to do canonicalization between www and non-www. And site removal request removed the whole website. So basically, the site owner removed the website from search and caused a big fuss around all of this. And this is something that we still sometimes see, where people don't realize that doing a site removal actually removes more than just that specific URL that you enter. It also removes HTTP, HTTPS, www, non-www. So basically, like the site.
Just hold on. Thank you, Michael Chizzy, who bought 10 coffees for us. Thank you very much.
Ooh, nice. I hope you're not giving cats and dogs coffee.
No.
Good. OK. All right. We have a self-made website. Everyone, or I guess lots of people, make a website themselves. Users think my website is great. Search engines really don't, for some reason. And there are lots of obvious reasons why this can happen. In this case, they were serving all pages with an HTTP 500 status code, which is a server error, which is something that search engines would see and say, well, we can't index anything here. And the awkward part is you can serve this server error with normal content on your pages. So it's a little bit like putting a no index meta tag on your pages, and like you can still see it in the browser, but search engines won't be able to index it. And in this case, for some reason, all people saw a 500 error code and the normal content. So also nothing to be indexed here. All right, we have another self-made website. I think like this theme of showing weird things to search engines, that happens. In this case, Google doesn't think the site is great, or Google doesn't index it. Like, what could that be? So it turns out that in this case, the DNS server was actually blocking Google. And this is sometimes a bit challenging for a site owner to test, because you can run different SEO tools over your website and everything will be fine. You can check it in your browser yourself. Everything will be fine. But if Google can't access the DNS server, then it can't access the site at all. And this is something that we specifically saw for a while with lots of dynamic DNS configurations. So if you host it yourself. All right, let's see. Next one, always be testing, right? It's like SEOs, like never stop testing. In this case, they use a separate subdomain for testing. And at some point, they're like, oh, my subdomain is great. Everything is perfect. I will redirect everyone to that new testing subdomain. So they show the new content there. And they use an HTTP 400 status code for the testing subdomain. I don't know if they were like always using that status code on the testing subdomain to try to prevent the testing or staging site from being indexed, but like accidentally showing the wrong status code, like everything breaks. All right, news website. News websites sometimes have unique issues. This one, for a while, I think this was really popular. Like implementing infinite scroll, you would start with like looking at one thing. You can scroll down and see the separate parts, and you can make it SEO friendly, right? We have guidance for that. So it's like they actually put in extra work to make this work well for search. And what happens is you start reading one article and you scroll down, and then the next article loads. And for a user, maybe that's OK, kind of like being able to browse a news website in that way. But from a search point of view, what happens here is suddenly we index one article or one page that has multiple articles on it. And especially for a news website, that means like suddenly there are like unrelated images on here. There's unrelated text. And all of this can be indexed as one thing. So it'll be indexed with the title of the main page that we saw in the beginning. And the snippet might be something like from the second article. It might be something mixed between the articles. It's kind of makes it really complicated to figure out. And I think that's something that is still a bit challenging for news sites in particular, because the images are so unique to specific articles. And that sometimes makes it really weird. And yeah, Christine says she saw a lot of this. So yeah, I think it's one of those things where you're trying to be modern, trying to do things in a fancy way. You can do them in an SEO-friendly way, and then suddenly you cause more problems. So I think for this particular kind of setup with a news website or with any site that shows unrelated content with infinite scroll, I would just prevent search engines from being able to trigger infinite scroll. All right. Oh, I said I wouldn't mention any particular sites, but YouTube is maybe one that I'm allowed to mention, because like kind of related to Google. It's YouTube, it gets crawled by Googlebot. And Googlebot, of course, says, it's like, hi, I'm Googlebot with the normal user agent. And YouTube responds with, are you a bot? You must answer this CAPTCHA now. And this was, I think, a problem for quite some time. And we ended up emailing YouTube through Search Console rather than doing anything internal, just to try to keep things kind of the same as we would treat other websites. And we've emailed internal teams through Search Console a bunch of times. I would say, like with external sites, if you email someone through Search Console, it's like maybe 50-50 chance that someone even recognizes it or spots it. And that's also the case with internal teams. So this is always weird. All right. A new website in the 2010s. I forgot which this one goes. Oh, they added a JavaScript crypto miner because that was really popular for a while. I don't know if anyone ever really made any money with these crypto miners, but for a while, people would put them on their web pages so that when the page loaded, it would use the user's CPU to try to mine some cryptocurrency. What happened here is they put this on their pages. We tried to render the page and try to run the crypto miner as well. And it runs out of memory before it even starts. And basically, it was a big challenge for us because people would put this on different pages in different ways. And we had to try to recognize it so that it wouldn't cause any rendering issues so that we could actually look at their normal content. So in all of these cases, as far as we know, nobody got any cryptocurrency from Googlebot out of this, at least. But it was really kind of weird to watch because on the one hand, right about this time, everything around speed came up as well externally, where people would talk about speed. And at the same time, they would put this code on their pages to make their pages super slow because, of course, these computers were trying to run crypto miners. All right. Oh, was that you, Gerry? I don't know. All right, checking Search Console, you find some nice edu links. So in this case, it was, I think, an adult website that was involved, but they found some nice edu links, and they're like, where are these coming from? They were found on some ancient PDF from some university websites. So what happened here is on this ancient PDF of some scanned documents, there were dust speckles. And when our systems OCR'd that text, they thought these dust speckles were right in the same place where maybe a URL might be. So it ended up having some words on this page plus dust speckles plus other words that made it look like a link to a domain name. And we would pick that up and use that as a link. So in this case, it wasn't really that the site was complaining, but rather that we were just confused, where is this link coming from? I think this is one of the most obscure things that I've run into. All right. The unofficial COVID site. It's do you remember the times when this was a big topic? And they use JavaScript. I don't know. JavaScript SEO can work if you add pre-rendering, right? Then, of course, you have kind of a static website. But what they did is they were really kind of efficient with the pre-rendering, and they cached the pre-rendered content. And basically, they cached the content from the beginning of March 2020. So for the longest time, we knew there was this official COVID website that had news content on there because at the time, things would change on a day-to-day basis, what you're allowed to do, what you have to do where. And the only content we could see is the content that they cached from way in the beginning, which made it kind of useless as a news or an official website. All right, so now we have a CDN that has many nodes. So basically, you have your server connected to the system, and there are multiple servers that users would access to get the content. And Googlebot claims it's roboted, but it's not. It's like something is broken. So of course, they emailed me. I think this step, maybe we should remove from the slides because it's like, you shouldn't do it, or I don't know. And it turns out that of all of the nodes connected to the CDN, only one was there that completely blocked Googlebot. And we happened to pick that one for crawling. So we thought we were crawling the website normally, but we were just crawling that one server that actually blocks us completely. OK, another JavaScript site. It's almost like JavaScript is a problem. They use subdomains for the JavaScript files. And this is, I think, generally a good practice to kind of move the static content into a separate subdomain, which can make it faster for kind of browsers to access. So in this case, speed is great, fantastic use of kind of subdomain and JavaScript. But it turns out that JavaScript subdomain is blocked by robots.txt. So yeah, like Gerry is saying, is like JavaScript is a solution. I mean, in this case, the problem is not really JavaScript. The problem is that you're embedding content that is actually blocked. And recognizing this is sometimes pretty challenging because in a browser, you don't see that. All right. So now we have a Mexican restaurant. I hope they don't use JavaScript. They serve us the 400 bad requests for all pages. So they get a message from us. And I think we were just not paying attention. We were just taking like queries that we found in the Search Console and said, like, for these queries, we can't access you. So the message ended up being Googlebot is not able to get black beans from your website. I think this is kind of specific. Most websites don't have this problem. All right. Oh my gosh, here's JavaScript again. So sorry. Maybe I should have checked with Martin first. Again, server-side rendering for bots, which is great. And the rendered content is please enable JavaScript to use this site. Ta-da. So it's like you're doing everything right, and then you forget to check what actually happens in the end. So close. OK. International site. Oh, how much time do I have?
You have around 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes. OK. I will just click through here very quickly. So international website, they localize by using the accept language header, and Google doesn't use it. So their solution is just to send the last one that they have in their list, in the alphabetical list of languages, which happens to be Chinese. So like, we just index the Chinese version. Then we have a video website that has a separate mobile site because videos tend to be slightly different on mobile. They use a lot of structured data, but they only have the structured data on the desktop version. So suddenly, all of that structured data goes away. I think, so I have a bunch more. Maybe I can share these slides afterwards. International website doing geo-IP redirects. Also uses a country picker, but the country picker is roboted. So all of our requests go to the country picker page, which ends up being roboted. So we don't see anything. And this is unrelated to JavaScript. So you can still do that. I think maybe I'll stop here to avoid things getting too crazy. Let me see. Stop sharing. I love the interaction in the comments. I think I could probably compile a day of these kind of examples. It's
Well, it was wonderful, but some are really tricky to find actually. So
yeah.
they happen, but they are sometimes really tricky, and you don't understand what is happening. And I think you are describing a lot in documentation, or Lisa describes a lot in documentation as well. But some of them are really tricky to find.
Yeah, definitely. That's also why I think compiling them makes sense. Also, it's like it doesn't need any names. These are things that anyone could run across. And sometimes you check the obvious things and something really weird is just happening.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have much time. Would be great to have you, John, again. Hopefully, we can do it like every 6 months or so. But obviously, John, we're always open to have you.
Cool. Well, it's been fantastic here.
Thank you so much. So I'm putting on the video ad again, right? Okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I think I might be ready to go in a minute. I think you can see me.
Yes, we can see you. Sarah, thank you for coming. Sarah is a public speaker and also digital marketing director at Dragon Metrics. She combines psychology and her knowledge in digital marketing and SEO into unique insights into the processes behind how the marketing works and some practical takeaways that you can implement. And today, Sarah will be talking about the psychology of authority, and I've seen her presentation, and it's very cute and interesting. And yes,
Yeah, Sarah, can we see your T-shirt?
Yeah. Let me just put the webcam.
Yeah, fantastic! It's a fantastic T-shirt. Where did you get
I
from?
think we look amazing in our t-shirts. I wonder where it got from or who I'm matching. No, this arrived actually today after coming from Kiev like 2 days ago. From Kiev to the Czech Republic. So I just can't believe how quickly it got here. So that's so cool.
Okay, thank you very much. And guys, thank you for donating money. Keep donating if you can. If you cannot, just listen and learn.
Yeah. So I think, should I get started? Or
yes, you can. If you want to add something to your introduction, please do. Otherwise, we can just jump into it.
You need to share. You need to share your slides. Yes.
Yes. Let me just do that. 2 seconds.
Whilst Sarah is sharing her slides, I just remind you, I will be from time to time sharing people who donated or just who donated without saying who is donated. But if you can donate, please do keep donating. We don't use any money. Even T-shirt which been sent to Sarah was printed without using donated money. So thank you very much. And Sarah, I don't see your slides down there. So.
Even if you can donate, because it's absolutely voluntary, you can always support us by sharing the event with your friends, with your colleagues, and everyone else. And that will also help us a lot, because many people will see that and will find someone else. It is up and running, your presentation, Sarah.
Amazing. Typical technology, not wanting it to work when you need it to. So yeah, I'm not going to bore you all with more introduction, but when I was starting going through this presentation, I realized that actually it's quite a lot more than just the psychology of authority. So bear with me with this, because what we're going to talk about is kind of how to grow you as a brand, either, you know, if you're a freelancer, if you work in-house, no matter what type of SEO you do. Hopefully this will be useful for growing your careers, growing your personal brand, and just kind of getting to the next level in your SEO. So as everybody mentioned, and everybody who knows me kind of probably knows, I'm a bit of a psychology nerd. So I absolutely promise it is not going to work like this. We're not going to have a group therapy session, and I'm not going to study you, as fun as that might be. What we're going to do is we're going to start looking through 3 different sections. So we're going to look at the psychology of sales and how you can win those SEO pitches and get more business. We're going to look at the psychology of thought leadership and how to become an authority figure. And we're also going to look at the psychology of personal branding as well, and how to be too good to resist no matter what type of job you're in at the moment. So there's quite a lot. So let's get started. Yay, we got somebody donating. Brilliant. So let's get started with the psychology of sales. So when I go through this is not going to be a typical sales presentation. We're going to cover on a number of different kind of psychological theories or research papers that can actually help you boost your sales by understanding how people are thinking. So one way that you could become a better salesperson is by looking at something called psychological capital. So psychological capital is a healthy collection of 4 different psychological states. And all 4 of these actually help sales folk. So these are hope. And that's the ability to kind of set goals and overcome obstacles and just being kind of, hopeful about your prospects. You've got efficacy. I can never say that word, efficacy. And that is being confident in your abilities, because as a salesperson, you have to believe what you're doing. You've got resilience and dealing with setbacks and challenges. And you've also got optimism, which I'm sure is pretty clear, and dealing with, being positive and having a positive outlook. So the benefits of psychological capital are greater motivation and effort. So you're going to want to, put more effort into what you're selling. You've got the increased ability to actually be able to cope with failure and rejection, because sadly, those are kind of part of the parcel with sales. But most importantly, you're actually going to be able to have enhanced performance. So taking a look at those different, feelings, traits, whatever you want to call them, you're going to actually end up being able to boost your sales, and they're little tiny things that everybody can do to make a difference. So that's a great way of getting started. So we'll move into the next subsection of sales, which is how to pitch psychologically. And this one is in a lot more detail. But one thing I have to tell you is whenever you're doing a pitch and whenever you're going in front of new people, you're being judged. And we all know that if we have cats, so they're always judging you. And unfortunately, it's the same in real life too, whenever you're trying to get something done in SEO. And unfortunately, something called categorizing and stereotyping is happening from the very, very first minute that people lay eyes on you. So it's a bit scary. But basically, when you're going in to make a pitch, the person, the stakeholder or whoever you're pitching to is actually going to categorize you and judge you within a matter of milliseconds. And that impression that you're making is lasting. So if you go in and, for example, I'm the person with the glasses who keep falling off my nose, that's going to stay and people are going to remember me as that. So whenever people say make a good first impression, it's actually psychologically true that you really should make a good first impression, because if something goes wrong or you, make a strange first impression, people are sadly going to remember it. But what can we do to make sure that, we're being successfully, well remembered and we're successful in our pitches? So there are actually, a couple of different types of successful pitchers who, aren't from baseball, but people are actually going and doing the pitching. So let's take a look at each of them in a little more detail. So you've got one that's kind of known as the artist. So a person who is the artist is more eccentric and creative. They're definitely run and fueled by creativity and different ideas that they have. They lack production details because they're more of an ideas kind of person, and they're able to captivate audience through creativity and storytelling. Next, you've got the showrunner, and this is kind of more of the business person that you're kind of more used to seeing. So they're, the polished professional person who can, come up with creativity, but also has that practical business knowledge as well. And they're confident, they're engaging and collaborative too. And then finally, you have the neophyte, which is somebody who's inexperienced but full of raw talent and enthusiasm. And they always ask for help and engage with the person, the stakeholder that they're pitching to, as a mentor as well. So most people can kind of work out which one of these three they kind of fall into. I know I'm definitely class myself as one of the more inexperienced salespeople. Not sure I agree with the whole raw talent thing, but by identifying which type of, person you are, you can really lean into that personality and, persona and come up with a better pitch. What you should also do as well is make sure that you involve the stakeholder. And I know lots of people in business, because I've come across it loads of times before, people are like, don't involve the stakeholder because, it's going to make you look inexperienced. That cannot be further from the truth. If you involve the stakeholder, then they feel like they're involved in the process. They kind of emotionally invest into the process as well. So definitely make sure that you are doing that too. There are also some negative stereotypes to avoid as well. So there's three that we'd like to look at, which is the robot, the used car salesman, and the charity case. And just a disclaimer on that, the charity case is not the charity that we're doing now. We can do as much charity as we want with that. You'll understand what I mean when I get closer to that in a second. So we've got the robot here. So I'm sure we've all come across the people who pitch a bit like a robot. You've got, they're so mechanic when they talk. There's no passion that's coming out through them, no flexibility whatsoever, and they rigidly follow a script. So if you kind of identify it as some, as a bit robotic, definitely work on your skills to try and improve that. Or if you have people on your team who may come across as a bit robotic as well, either help them and support them so they've got the skills that they need to successfully pitch, or maybe, put somebody else in charge of pitching if you want to improve your success rates. We've also got the used car salesman and the horrible, oh no, I'm so sad. There was a picture of a cat dressed as a used car salesman on there, and it looked really cool, but it's obviously not showing up. But we all know what the used car salesman is like, that they're over-aggressive, they're manipulative, they push far too hard, and, it's just so off-putting that people do not want to buy from them because, you can just imagine them with their greasy hair, a bit like, the sales person dad in Matilda or whatever, wherever you see them in films. And then you've got the charity case. So these are the people that kind of appear desperate and so desperate to concern a deal that they kind of undermine their value, like the value of their idea or the value of their, proposition, product, service, whatever. And it just kind of makes them seem a bit too desperate and like there's something wrong with it. So again, there's like, you can definitely make concessions if you want to win a client or something like that, but definitely, don't appear too desperate and know your worth. Something else as well when it comes to sales is that a lot of people in, managerial roles often think that, extroverts are the best salesperson. And, traditionally, personality research normally shows that, the best salesperson are sociable, assertive, and, confidence as well also leads to higher sales, and that extroverts thrive in sales. However, that's actually not quite the case because there's actually a weak correlation between extroversion and sales, which actually show that extroverts are actually not quite the best salesperson that you think that they are after all. So when it comes to hiring, maybe don't go for full-on extroverts if you think that that's going to be successful. Or as well, if you are not an extrovert and you have to do sales, don't be put off because, everybody can do it. And I've got a little typo there, but basically people who sit in the middle of extroversion and introversion actually perform better at sales than extroverts. And this is because they listen to the needs and concerns of the target audience. They are not overly dominant. They can also adapt their communication style. They're more flexible. They listen more. And they actually earn more money in the end. So again, if you're not an extrovert and you're listening to this and you kind of don't want to sell your SEO services, you're a bit shy of reaching out to people, do know that, your more soft tendencies or more soft traits are actually really welcome in sales. So that kind of leads me on to the next point of the presentation, and that is thought leadership. And I'm going to be honest, I absolutely hate the word thought leadership, and to think that I've actually put it in a presentation makes me feel physically sick and makes me kind of pull that face like the dog does. So don't judge me too much for when we actually go through this and talk about thought leadership. But yeah, let's carry on. And I try not to pull too many angry faces like the dog every time I say it. But yeah, when it comes to leadership and thought leadership, you can actually, personal branding is going to be what you need to actually start your journey to thought leadership. So we're going to touch more on personal branding actually as a technique coming up in a second. But what you need to do is you need to, as a leader, make sure that you clearly communicate your values specifically as a leadership person. You need to share your leadership style. And you also need to create strong, because this creates stronger trust and connections with people as well. So if you're a leader, if you're managing people, if you want to be seen as a leader, make sure you do this rather than just focusing on personal branding in general. You also have to, take leadership branding as well as a bit more of like a branding exercise. So you need to identify the strategic goals that you have. So you need to identify the goals that you have and create some goals based on kind of what leader you want to be perceived as. You have to understand how you want to be perceived as well and how you want other people to see you. So do you want to be seen as a soft kind of leader, or do you want to be seen as kind of like a no-nonsense leader? And you need to create a plan for promoting that image, because you don't want other people to manage your brand for you. You want to be in control of that image that you do. So you need to put effort into forming that brand, just like you do for your company or your clients' companies. In order to do this, you need to work on your authenticity, because leaders need to be true to themselves while at the same time being professional, consistent, and reliable in their behavior and decisions. Because, we've often seen leaders who kind of say that they behave in a certain way, but then when it comes to actually making a decision in business, they kind of appear slightly different. You need to make sure that this rolls out into every single thing that you do, so that you're not seen as, oh, he's just branding or being fake or something like that. Social media, especially in today's climate, is extremely important for personal branding, and you can't really escape it. So again, use social platforms to help yourself as leaders remain visible, be accessible, and allow people to get into contact with you. And also you need to make sure that you're relatable to whoever you are trying to market yourself as a leader too. And you also need to be careful, though, of potential risks like inappropriate content, because there are going to be times where, for example, you might like something personal. You may have liked something personal maybe 10 years ago, and it could turn, come back around and bite you because, things on the internet follow you around for a long time. So everybody loves a framework. So I'm going to finish this off with a leadership identity framework that you can use for building your leadership brand. And hopefully it'll make you as happy as this little doggy here. So what we need to look at is your leadership brand, your behaviors, your responses, your presence, and your habits. So let's look at these individually. So your leadership brand. You need to intentionally shape how you are perceived. As I mentioned earlier, you can't let other people define your brand, and you can't let other people define you as, oh, he's a really grumpy SEO, or he's a guy who cops out, or he's a guy who pretends that he knows what he's doing and he doesn't, or they're a bit arrogant, that sort of thing. So you need to put that effort into planning what you want to be seen like as a leader. When it comes to behaviors, you need to realize that people are watching you all the time, and they're going to be watching how you behave in everyday situations, and how that reflects your confidence, decisiveness, and your assertiveness. So again, you're being judged all the time as a leader, especially if you have employees and stuff like that who do talk amongst themselves. So do make sure that you are showing correct kind of behaviors for your brand. And responses as well. So like how you react to different things and how you react to challenges is going to be really, really important. So there's a lot of talk about emotional intelligence now, and how you need to build this into your brand. So yeah, don't go and have a hissy fit on LinkedIn or something because something doesn't go right. Remember, people are watching you. You need to control your brand. You need to manage your presence as well. So like how people perceive you, what your communication style is like, what your appearance is like, what your overall demeanor is like. And, you know, that contributes to how you, how a leader is perceived. So like, I'm not saying you have to go out and buy a new business suit or anything, but if you want to be seen as, you know, a relaxed leader. So yeah, go in jeans, you know, wear something that you're comfortable in. But just remember that, for example, if you're trying to market yourself as a high-end CEO of, you know, some really, really fancy company, going in a hoodie, probably not the best idea. Maybe you'd want to wear a suit or something. Whereas the other way around, if you want to seem relatable, if you want to, you know, seem down with the kids. Now, I hate that phrase. My kids all think that I'm super cringy for saying that. But you get what I mean. You know, going in with a full-blown suit is not probably going to be the best idea either. And then habits as well. So it's like the small consistent actions that reflect your personal and professional values are going to kind of build into your brand. So make sure that you're building those habits from the very start, right from the beginning, and not expecting them to kind of come when your brand, you know, becomes more well known. So we're on to the final bit, and we've got only a few more minutes left. So let's go through the personal branding stuff. So everyone will talk to you about personal branding and its benefits, but from a psychological perspective, there's so many different things that studies have shown that it's great for. So you've got social capital, you've got financial, you've got career opportunities, you've got perceived employability and career satisfaction. So I know lots of people who are employed in their day-to-day jobs often think, well, I don't need a personal brand because I'm just, you know, employed by an agency and I don't want to change. Actually, you do need a personal brand for that. So let's talk about how that's done. So what you can do is you can start off with what's called the competency-based view of careers, and you need to decide as well. So why do I work? What's my motivation? What are my values? What are my identity? How do I work? So what are my skills? What are my competencies? What are my unique ways of working? And who do I know as well? Because like, as much as we hate to admit it, being successful does actually come down a little bit to who we know and who we can ask for help, and our networks as well. So we need to be realistic about what our social networks are and our connections as well. You also, another thing that you can think about is we talk about brand equity quite a lot, but there's also something called personal brand equity. And you can look at that by looking at, for example, brand appeal, brand differentiation, and brand recognition too. So brand appeal, if we look at it kind of like from a quote from a paper, it says here that individuals must emphasize, it's been a long day, the various traits and attitudes that they want others to associate with their brand. What that basically means is use features and characteristics to cater to your target audience, know what they want, and make sure that you amplify them and make sure that you're appealing to your target audience. Brand differentiation. So these are the perceived benefits of benefits associated with the person's work. So you need to make sure that you're different and people know why you're different. And a good personal brand also has distinctive features and a sense of superiority. So you need to like be clear and communicate why you're better than the other options. You've also got brand recognition as well. So I have Anton in here because, of course, we all recognize his brand and we all recognize the kiddies. So this is the descriptive and evaluative brand related information that is stored in one's memory. And that's the salience and the brand recognition. So, you know, as a person, you want to be the go-to person when somebody calls up, you know, public speakers. You want to be the person that someone goes to when they think, oh, what charity should I support? Let's do, you know, SEO for PAWS and support people. Okay, I've done my little pitch in there. So yeah, having a brand that people recognize is really important, even again, as I say, if you're employed in-house, because you'll be the person that people go to for projects, you'll be the person who gets sent to conferences, you'll be the person who gets promoted. So it's really, really important. Something as well, when I was diving through papers, is a psychologist who actually studies personal brands actually created this thing called a personal brand equity scale. And what they've managed to do is, to cut a long story very short, study kind of how much impact people's personal brands have on different things. But I thought this scale was quite good, because what you can do is you can go through these and make sure that you're kind of ticking off each point. So you can go through and you can ask, I have a positive professional image among others. Yes. I have a positive professional reputation. I do. I am appealing to work with. My professional strengths are clear. I am considered a better professional compared to others. I'm considered as delivering higher professional value compared to others. I am a preferred candidate for projects and tasks. So here you can see where it's leading into, personal branding for in-house people. My reputation for producing high value results, aka SEO results. This is where we're getting at. My name is known in my professional field, aka people want to hire you, people want to work with you. I am known outside of my immediate work. So say if SEO died in a year's time, by having networks outside of SEO, you might be able to find, other employment quite easily because you're well known. And most importantly as well, I'm often recommended by others to their professional contacts. So instead of you going out and hunting down leads, they come to you, which makes things a lot easier as well. And just to make things super complicated, to finish off, again, I found this in a paper and I thought, it was quite good for looking at brands and personal branding, because, this talks about, social media influencers, but we can use this on personal branding and how they influence people. And you can look at, for example, visual factors. So attractiveness, prestige, they also showcase expertise. There's also verbal factors, so the information that they provide, the interaction that they have with people. And then this moves on to kind of the target audience. So you've got things like taste leadership, you've got opinion leadership, and then you've got the target audience's desire to mimic. So they want to be like you, they want to be a social media influencer like you, they want to be an SEO like you. And this is where you see people sharing tips on Twitter and stuff like that, and people instantly copying them because they're mimicking them. And then this leads to things like purchase intentions and word of mouth. So again, just by following these easy steps, you can future-proof your careers, you can future-proof your freelance careers, you can save yourself from redundancy, and, little things like this really help. So I'm at the end of it. Hopefully you enjoyed that. If you want to get in touch, find me on LinkedIn. I'm never on Twitter. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or anything. But I think we have questions now.
Yeah, we have a few questions. However, we don't have too much time left for them. But the one thing that I wanted to ask you is a very important question. Who have already started doing their own personal brand and all these kind of things, speaking somewhere, like expanding it. Can you overdo that? So that sometimes I've heard people start thinking about you as a talking head, who is not actually doing any work, but only talking about themselves. And that is good for informational business, or if you are selling a tool or something like that, but not necessarily good when you are working with clients. So can you actually overdo that? And where is that limit?
I'd be very upset if this question has actually come from my husband, but I'm married to an SEO, and we actually had this conversation the other night, and he asked me if I was worried that I was ever going to become one of these. And to be honest, I think sometimes, yeah, you can be, because you often see a lot of thought leaders. And I think this is where the ickiness of thought leadership comes from, that they seem to have all of these wise sayings, but they don't really relate to anything. And they don't really showcase kind of what they do. So I think when you're growing your personal brand, you can be as successful as you want, but you need to make sure that you're still showcasing that you know what you're talking about, that the stuff that you talk about is relevant in your business. And then you have people, for example, like Aleyda, who did the Ask Me Anything session, or, you've got like John, who have amazing personal brands, and a lot of the other speakers today who still show that they know what they're doing, but yet they've made it as a thought leader. Sorry if I've offended anyone by saying that.
What is more important, who knows you, or your personal brand, like official on your social media or everywhere? What is more impactful towards your better, success or something like that, professionally?
I think you need to like sit down and have a think about, you know, who your contacts are. Are they going to be the ones who, you know, send you jobs? Are they going to be the ones who save you from redundancy? Are they going to be the ones who hire you? Because if they are, then yeah, okay, probably you're doing an okay job. But honestly, if there are going to be times when you have to step out of your comfort zone and out of your network, and that's when you're going to need your personal brand. So, you know, even if you kind of keep it toned down for a bit, if you have lots of a network, then they'll be able to help boost your personal brand. So why not do both?
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. It was wonderful to see you. We have next Andy Chadwick already waiting. And thank you once again. I'll put on the our video ad. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm Olga, an SEO consultant in SEO since 2012. SEOslide.io is the SEO newsletter for ambitious SEOs. Subscribe to get 3 SEO templates, which you can use in your daily work as an SEO. Your competitors are subscribed. Are you? Go to SEOslide.io and hit subscribe. See you in the next issue.
And we have Andy with us. Hello, Andy.
Hello.
Just before we go, Andy is our savior. We had another speaker who had to withdraw due to personal circumstances, and Andy actually agreed, and Andy is here was with notice for 24 hours or something like that, even less, I guess. So Andy, thank you very much for helping us out.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, first of all, apologies if everyone was expecting Ian Benjamin and they're stuck with me, but I'll try my best.
I'll make a swift introduction because Andy Chadwick is very known in SEO world, and he's got lots of SEO experience, of course, and you all know him with his Keywords Insight tool, and he knows lots of unique stuff about machine learning technologies, SEO tools, about keywords, of course, and like what he's going to talk about is keyword clustering is not only the hot topic, but he actually knows how to implement it into some unique ways that you might have not thought of before. Is it okay that I gave it out?
Yeah, you did a better job than I did. So yeah, perfect.
So if you don't mind, we can jump into your presentation right away because it's filled with lots of, I don't know how to say it. So
actionable advice.
Very unique. Yeah, actionable advice. So prepare something, you can write it down and you'll need it.
Cool. Oh, it does show. Brilliant. I'm just going to move you to another screen. Yeah, just first of all, again, I recently, as Anton and Alicia said, I've just jumped in. So I have recently done this presentation. So if you've seen something similar before, apologies. But I'm hoping everyone does get something out of this. It's called Keyword Clustering, some cool shit you might not have thought about. So just a heads up, a lot of this assumes you sort of know what keyword clustering is and how it's useful. And as we go through, it's like some really cool ways you can implement keyword clustering in more than just you thought about. So normally people just cluster keywords and it's great because they tell them what pages to create. I'm going to show you some other cool stuff you can do with that. If you don't know me, a little bit about my background, I have been in SEO since 2013. I worked in both agency and in-house, so I've got, you know, that sort of broad experience there. I actually grew my first startup to a turnover of 2.5 million when I was 25. And a lot of that was using the content strategies that we now implement ourselves, which went on to create the tool that is Keyword Insights that I am now the co-founder of, which is the final point here. I am one of the co-founders of Keyword Insights, which is, people call it a keyword clustering platform. We're trying to shape that notion. We are a platform that helps you become a topical authority. So part of it is keyword clustering, sure, but it's also keyword research and it's also writing the content. So that's our platform. That's my background. Cool. So, oh yeah, my animation isn't quite working as you said. I had a really cool animation here, but what is keyword clustering? It is the process of gathering similar keywords into groups. That is quite simply it. If you have thousands of keywords, it makes turning these large unorganized lists into something more manageable. Hopefully that's bigger on your screens than it is on mine. You've got this, yeah, perfect. Yeah, get rid of my face, great. So you've got this, like, you might do your keyword research and have 100, 200, 300,000 keywords. And it's like, where do I even start with this? Well, when you cluster them, it groups them into these more manageable topics like that. There are two main methods, and I get this a lot, and I see a lot on LinkedIn, giving free scripts and all that. And there are two main methods. There are SERP-based clustering. Again, I'm not quite sure if you can see that, but basically in the SERP-based cluster, we scrape or analyze search results, and we group keywords based on the URLs that are common. And you've got semantic or NLP-based clustering. People call them different things. And that is basically using an algorithm or a large language model to group keywords based on what it thinks should be grouped together. They both have pros and cons, as with everything. Now, NLP or semantic clustering, the biggest pro is that it's cheap or free. All these scripts that you get, they're all free, and they group keywords, and they have Python scripts. There's loads of stuff. It's cheap or very free. The con is that we operate in Google's world, not just Google's world, search engines in general. We operate in their world. As SEOs, we want to optimize to what they're showing or what they want the audiences to see. And NLP isn't very accurate for that. There's an example a little later on, which will make that more obvious. SERP-based clustering is obviously the flip of that. We operate in Google's world. It's much more accurate for that. We want to group keywords based on what search engines are doing, not on what an algorithm's doing. As you'll see a bit later on, or if you ever use a SERP-based clustering tool, you sometimes see really interesting results. In fact, just today, I was doing an analysis, and the keyword black men's leather jackets and black men's leather jacket, the single and the plural, were in two different clusters, which is really interesting because you'd think they mean the same thing, where actually the results were very different. And one ended up being a bit more informational than the other, and one was more transactional. So the intent is different, and a SERP-based cluster would show you that. If you use your free NLP scripts, it would normally group them together. The biggest con of a SERP-based clusterer is it will always cost something. Scraping isn't free, and so you pay for those tools rather than using those free scripts. But there are some really cool things you can do with SERP-based clustering tools, and that's what this presentation is about. And hopefully at the end of this, you'll have some cool ideas about how you can use SERP-based clustering tools, not just Keyword Insights, there are others, but you can use them to achieve some really cool things. So the first one is solving keyword cannibalization. And I'm hoping each one of these, I have case studies so you can see the effect and you can go away and implement it yourself. So it should be really cool. So solving keyword cannibalization is a big use of keyword clustering. Now, this is the first case study. It's for a large property company we work with called Zero Down. And they wanted to rank for all these different basically variations of property types. So homes for sale in California, houses for sale in California, properties for sale in California, log cabins for sale in California, 5-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 6-bedroom, 9-bedroom, mansions, bed, all these, we call these keyword pages. They had keyword pages, and they had it for every single location, every single postcode, every single neighborhood in the whole of America. So their site was very big. It was 50 million URLs big. And when we started analyzing them, they couldn't get off page 2 for houses for sale in California, or they couldn't get off page 3 for log cabins for sale in Colorado. And they came to us, and we started looking at it, and we thought there was two big issues. One of them was keyword cannibalization. If I just flip back, do they really need homes for sale in California, houses for sale California, and properties for sale California? Surely those three mean the same thing. Do we need all three? And the other is crawl budget. Now, crawl budget isn't normally an issue. People tell you it is. It's not an issue unless your site is over millions of pages. This site is over millions of pages. It was 50 million in issue. Couple that with keyword cannibalization, there's maybe a lot going on. Again, in the screenshot here, not quite sure if you can see it. Then we've got a little tool within Keyword Insights that lets you spot check a few keywords just to see if they do mean the same thing according to these SERP results. So you can see here, we've got houses for sale California, homes for sale California, and properties for sale California. And the SERP results showed that they were 70% similar. So we didn't really need 3 different pages for that. And then remember, they've got that for every state, every postcode, all of that. So it's huge. They also had flats for sale California and apartments for sale California. We didn't really need those two. We had 9-bedroom houses for sale California and mansions for sale California. Do we need those two? There was a lot going on. So we pulled all the keyword pages and clustered them. And you can see in this screenshot on the right, loads of them could be grouped together. So let's just look at this cabins for sale. We had cabins for sale, California, chalets for sale, California, log homes for sale, California, and rustic homes for sale, California. We didn't need those 4 types. They could all be grouped into one. colonial style homes for sale, they had, I'm not even going to go through all that. They had loads. And they had just loads of these. This is just a snapshot. You also saw properties, houses, homes. They could be redirected into each other. In the end, we actually redirected about 15 million URLs. It was just a massive, massive redirection task. And the result was 110% rise in organic traffic over the next few months. We went from 500,000, jumping over to 1 million. Search Console was sorted. Page one for some lovely queries. It was all around a great result. And with keyword clustering, we were able to spot those opportunities in a couple of hours. It was just a case of clustering all the property types and seeing which we could group together. So really powerful case study there. It's not just property companies. You can do this with loads of other niches as well. So we've seen it in e-commerce. I mean, just look at Etsy. We've got dining tables and kitchen and dining tables. You don't need those two different ones. And Etsy have thousands of examples. I'm sure if Etsy let us loose on their site, we could come up with a redirection plan and shrink their site quite considerably. Say with travel sites on Expedia, we saw chalets for sale, chalets to rent in Colorado and cabins to rent in Colorado. Again, we don't need those two types. And again, travel companies probably have too many types that they don't need. So it's not just property companies. You can start applying this to massive e-commerce, travel, any of these sites that have just thousands of categories, you can start grouping them together. Cool. Case study 2, still on keyword cannibalization. So that case study was more around e-commerce, big sites. If you've got just a content site, this methodology would work better. So we came across this content site and we see top 10 most followed Instagram users and top 20 most followed Instagram accounts. And we're like, okay, those two sort of mean the same thing. I wonder how many more examples of this there are. So what we did was, can't quite see the screenshot, but we just pulled the sitemap. So this is a sitemap of all the URLs you can see there. And we turned the URLs into keywords. And we did that really easily just by having a formula. The formula is down here. It basically took out all the HTTPS, the colons, all of that stuff, and turned the URL into what the keyword should be. If the URL doesn't make sense, by the way, you could do this a different way. You could pull the H1 or you could pull the page title, assuming that your client has been good and the H1 or the page title or the URL is optimized. You can do any of those things, but the URLs made sense for us. So it's just quicker for us to pull the URL and turn that into a keyword. Then we clustered the keywords. And remember, by clustering the keywords, we're actually clustering the URL basically. And they start to get grouped together. All we did is some clever VLOOKUP and we pulled it back into the URL. But you can see you could probably just send a developer that and they could get on with it. But because we're dealing with developers, we like to send them as much information as possible. So we turned it back into a URL and this is the result. So you can see like Instagram algorithm, we had a piece of content called Instagram algorithm and we had another one, how does the Instagram algorithm work? A guide to 2023. And we had, what is the best time to post on Instagram? A comprehensive guide. And we had best time to post on Instagram. We just saw loads of content opportunities that could very quickly group together. Again, this was a big content site. I think it's got 1,000 odd blogs. We found all these cannibalization opportunities in minutes. We actually see this a lot with franchise companies. If any of you are working with them, this is a big franchise in America, the Arbor company. Now they have loads of, all their franchisees are on the same subfolder. So it's like arborcompany.com / again, you can't see it, locations / and then it's whatever the franchise is. The problem is their central site, arbor.com, isn't coordinating which franchise is making the content. So what ends up happening is all the different franchisees are writing, who are all got their own little subfolder on the same main domain. They're all writing their own version of the same blog. So just scanning down here, there's 15 examples of everything you need to know about independent living. Slightly different versions, everything you need to know about independent living, 10 things you need to know about independent living, top things you need to know about independent living. They're all slightly different, but they're all writing the same thing. And when we turn the URL into a keyword and group them together, we saw they actually had loads of examples. This is just one because they're a franchise. They were all creating the same content, which obviously just wasn't good for the domain as a whole. So really cool way to use clustering to find cannibalization opportunities. You can also use it to find keyword mapping. Using the same technique before, that is turning the URLs into keywords, you can do this. You can map keywords to URLs, and I'll show you how. So again, I've redacted this because I have to, but this was largely for a PPC, but you can do it for SEO as well. The PPC challenge was they wanted to launch a PPC campaign and they had all the keywords that they wanted to target, but they didn't know if they already had a page for it because it was a big site. So we're like, okay, cool. First of all, let's turn all the URLs into a keyword, which is what you're seeing on the right. So again, we turn all the URLs into keywords. And again, you could use the H1 or the page title if that's easier. And then what we do, and this does require some knowledge of how keyword clustering tools work, but we added this little exclamation mark to each keyword. Remember, the keyword is the URL, but we added this little exclamation mark to each keyword. The reason being, if you search on Google VIP sprays, and then you search on Google VIP sprays exclamation mark, you still get the same results. So this exclamation mark is an identifier, so that in a few steps time, when we look at our data, we can find where I'm going with this is when we combine all the keywords with our tokenized URL, we can spot the ones we actually have a URL for already because it's got a little exclamation mark, if that makes sense. Cool. So turn the keywords into, turn the URLs into a keyword, add an identifier so that when we combine it all, we know where our URLs are. And then we give them all really high search volume. So the way Keyword Insights works is we call a keyword cluster. The name of the keyword cluster is always named after the keyword with the most volume in it, because that makes sense, because we've got to call the keyword cluster something. So we call it after the keyword with the most volume. So by giving them all a really high volume and by putting this exclamation mark, any keywords that get banded into that cluster, we know that, oh, we've got a URL for it, and these are all the keywords that can go to that URL. So that was the methodology. And as I said, when we clustered them, again, you can't quite see the screenshot. You can see that any keyword cluster with this exclamation mark, of which all the ones in this screenshot do have, it means we have a URL for it. And then all of these are the keywords that fall under that URL. What we can do, if we export that and do a little VLOOKUP magic, you can see here really easily. So here's the URL. Here are the keywords that can map to it. Here's the URL. Here are the keywords that can map to it. These are the ones without any page. So in a couple of minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes, we've taken all of the keywords they want to have pages for, mapped them to URLs, and told them the ones they don't have a good page for. So really powerful for that. That was for a PPC example. You can obviously use it for SEO as well. So really powerful way of using clustering there. You could also use it for keyword uncannibalization. Now, this is an interesting concept, and one I touched on was the difference between NLP and SERP-based clusterers. I'll forget it. The opposite is true. So keyword clustering combines keywords that should be targeting the same page. It can also show you where you should break a page apart. And again, so I don't know why, for some reason, we had a spat of working with vaping companies, and they all have this one page, vaporizer accessories and parts. And it makes sense because vape parts, vape accessories, it means the same thing. If you were to put that into an NLP-based clustering group, it would also group them together. Vape parts, vape accessories, same thing. So they all have this one page. If you zoom in, we can see that actually vaporizer accessories, which is the top sort of screenshot there, and vape parts actually form two very different clusters. And if you look at the SERP similarity, which is that bottom right screenshot, they actually only share one URL in common. So for whatever reason, Google's treating them as two different intents. So our advice to this client would be, if you want to rank for both those terms, and again, I'm not sure if you can see it, but the search volume for both those terms is pretty significant. It's about 3,000 each. Then you need two different pages targeting slightly different intents. So keyword clustering is also very powerful for the opposite, keyword uncannibalization. And there's a technique I'm about to show you in about 3 slides time called content fragmentation. And it takes this and basically helps you outrank companies like Forbes for these big guides that they write, which we'll go into shortly. So discovering content opportunities. I actually should have, now I'm looking at the narrative, I should have put the content fragmentation here because it would have followed on very nicely, but I'll do that for the next time. So discovering content opportunities. Idea one is we can use keyword clustering to rank and find content gaps. So I'm going to use this anecdote of where we hypothetically would have done a job for HubSpot. HubSpot this is hypothetical, we don't work with them, but let's say they came to us and said, we want to own the topic of keyword research. We want to own that topic, which is obviously a subtopic of SEO. We want to just own keyword research, how to do keyword research, how to do keyword research on Amazon, how to do it for YouTube. We want all those queries and we want to own that. Cool. Where do we start? They have 40,000 blogs. It's like, I wouldn't even know after I've done my keyword research where their content gaps are. It's just too big a site. So what I do is just collect a keyword universe on a given subject. So in this example, keyword research. So I would go to our keyword discovery and type in keyword research. I'd go to SEMrush, Ahrefs, type in keyword research, pull as many keywords as possible to do with keyword research. I recently just done this. There's about 5,000 keywords just to do with keyword research. Then you whack them into a clustering tool with a rank tracking capability. So Keyword Insights is one. So you add HubSpot, you put in the blog, and then you upload those 5,000 keywords, confusingly to do with keyword research. And first of all, it will group them all. That's a big, powerful thing of keyword clustering, as I said. If anyone's interested, 5,000 keywords gets grouped into 490 clusters. So that is to say, 5,000 keywords to do with keyword research can be targeted on 400 odd pages. And then the next thing you can do, I don't know if you can see the screenshot, is you just put a filter on to say, show me all the keyword clusters that I don't rank for. So show me all the ones that I'm ranking in position 100 for. And it's basically just done my content gap analysis in about 5 minutes. So I haven't wasted time doing a keyword research and trying to find the keywords I don't have for. I've just grabbed all of them, uploaded all of them, chucked in my domain, and seen where my gaps are very quickly. So a really quick way to find content gaps. Idea 2, and this is the one that should have followed this idea of keyword uncannibalization. I call it content fragmentation. And it's a really easy, quick and easy way to start outranking some big competitors. Google the keyword topic that you want to rank for. In this case, it was residential burglary. This top piece here ranks for it ranks for about, you can see in the Ahrefs toolbar, and the Ahrefs toolbar is really useful for this. It ranks for 365 odd keywords. Cool. When you actually go into it, just in the United States, it's actually 241 keywords. So this residential burglary ranks for 241 keywords, but it doesn't rank in position 1 for 241 keywords. If you're scanning down this column here, if you're scanning down this column here, it ranks in position 12 for one keyword, 11 for another keyword, 9 for another keyword, 10 for another keyword. It doesn't rank in position 1 for all 241 keywords. And that's because it hasn't been specific enough on a topic. This is what keyword clustering is so powerful for. Tell me which keywords I can target on a specific page. So grab all those keywords, chuck them into a keyword clustering tool, and it just shows you there, those 241 keywords can be targeted on 25 different pages. So this is this content fragmentation. We're going to take this guide and fragment it out into 25 really niche and narrow topics. It's a really good way to compete against the big leagues. This article here by Forbes ranks for 5,700 keywords. It doesn't rank in position 1 for 5,700 keywords. It ranks in position 1 for 100 keywords, position 2 for another 200, 3 for 600, 9 for 400. If you just grab those 5,700 keywords and fragment them out into loads of subtopics, you could realistically, you're not going to have one article that ranks for as much as Forbes, but you might have 200 articles that all outrank this one Forbes for a given query. So that's content fragmentation, really good way to outrank some big competitors. Idea 3, zero volume keywords, which aren't actually zero volume. The word irks me. So another case study, Symphonic MD, a brand new venture capitalist-backed company selling moisturizer, incredibly competitive, no domain authority, brand new website. How are we going to write content that actually starts appearing in this incredibly competitive niche? Well, everyone has access to the same keyword research tools we do. Everyone has SEMrush, everyone has Ahrefs, everyone has one of them. So all of our competitors are producing the same content as we are. So we're like, okay, let's go to another source. Let's look at Reddit. Now, Reddit has loads of active users, loads of active communities. There's nearly a subreddit for every single niche I've ever had to do this for, if you dig hard enough. And actually, there's some really cool tools for finding subreddits and SE ranking. So yeah, everyone has access to keyword research tools. So we're like, okay, we've got to put our mind in the set of someone who's going to Reddit to ask a question. They're probably going there because they haven't found the answer to the question elsewhere online. That's why they're normally asking it on Reddit. So we start looking through these subreddits, and for skincare, it's easy. There's beauty, there's skincare, there's skincare addiction. There's loads of subreddits. So we just go and scrape all those questions, and then we cluster them. And what we see is the same questions being asked 100 different times in different ways, but you don't see that until you've clustered them. So you can see this massive cluster here, all technically zero volume, but it's the same question just being asked 1,000 different times. And we found thousands of these ideas. And our whole content strategy for this brand new company was based on writing this content. And it worked really well. In fact, this slide is really out of date. It's double this now. Still no authority, but we're getting double the traffic because we're focusing on zero volume questions. They aren't zero volume. It's just the same question being asked 100 different times. And that's why competitors aren't writing about it, because keyword research tools say it's zero, so they forget about it. We did actually make a free tool to do this super easily. It's called Reddit Insights. It's completely free to use. The idea being you'll hopefully want to cluster the keywords after you've scraped it. So that's the little plug, but completely free to use. The QR code will send you there. You just plug in a load of subreddits and we'll do all the scraping for you. So if you ever want to implement that, that's really good. In the first instance, you can do this with your Search Console. This you can't quite see it in the screenshot, but we have seen back in the day, I used to go to Search Console and look for queries that had loads of impressions but no clicks. And that was because if it had loads of impressions but no clicks, it's obviously one worth optimizing for or creating content for. And the reason I'm getting no clicks is because I don't actually have a page which satisfies that requirement. The problem is I'd miss or ignore all the little impressions that had 5 impressions or 10 impressions or 2 impressions, because I'm like, what's the point in writing that? And it wasn't until I pulled all my Search Console queries and clustered them, I actually saw, oh, there's big clusters. There's like 10 keywords with 50 impressions. All of a sudden, this is worth writing about. And again, a lot of keyword tools didn't have this. One of the other, there's a bit too many plugs in here for my liking, actually, but one of the other benefits of Keyword Insights is we actually have that API integration for Search Console. So as standard, you can only pull the first 1,000 queries in your Search Console. If you link up, and this is free, by the way, so I'm not getting anything out of this, but it's free to use. If you integrate your Search Console with Keyword Insights, we can pull unlimited queries. We'll pull the last 80,000 queries. And when you start clustering 80,000 queries from your Search Console, you start to see huge content opportunities that you will have otherwise missed, because the sum of all these little impression keywords mean big things. So that's the summary. I've sort of gone over by 5 minutes, but keyword clustering can do all these cool things. It can and should be used in some pretty clever ways. So number one, finding keyword cannibalization instances, solving that, incredibly time saving for that. Number two, finding keyword uncannibalization opportunities. So finding when you should split pages apart. Number three, keyword mapping. If you're doing PPC or SEO and you want to quickly map all the keywords to pages on a site, you can do that with some tweaking and some clever stuff. And finally, keyword clustering used in clever ways can help you with your keyword research and content planning by doing loads of things. You can quickly group loads of zero volume keywords together to work out that it's actually not zero volume. You can quickly find content gaps just by whacking them all in and filtering for all the clusters you don't rank for. And finally, content fragmentation, which is where you can pull all the keywords a big competitor ranks for and fragment it out into loads of really specific topics. And I think that's everything. Questions?
We don't really have too much time for questions. Sorry, but I'll ask a few, because how do you cluster when the positions change all the time? There are some search results which are hugely dynamic, and sometimes, like recently, 2 days ago or these weekends, I thought I'll cluster something. I clustered, and the positions like search results changed absolutely, like 100%, all of them. So what do I do?
Yeah, that's it's a very confusing one. You're not going to like my answers probably, but once I've clustered it, I guess it depends on what the niche is. If it's something that's very critical, it's something I'll put in its own folder, its own cluster, and I'll recluster it every month. Just see how things are going and adapt my strategy. If it's something more evergreen and it just slides a little bit, I'll just take my strategy and stick with it. So there's not many. There are a few niches that do change as significantly as you've mentioned, Alicia, and I'll have them in a separate folder, and I'll just keep on track of them to see what's happening and make a judgment call based on that. But normally, I'm not going to be too worried if men's black biker jackets slips into men's black biker jacket 1 month the next. So I just be like, look, I've made my bed, I'm going to stick with it, because in 2 weeks' time, it might change back again.
Yeah, I know. What do you think about people who are trying to cluster things with AI, like throw into ChatGPT or something like that and get some meaningful result from that, and base their what do you think about such approach?
Yeah, so it comes back to this idea of this NLP versus SERP if you just want to make a big keyword list smaller for content planning, it's fine, and it will do the job, and it will make your life easier. But if you want to optimize as an SEO to what search engines have, it's always best to use a SERP-based cluster, because as I've shown you, it literally helps you optimize to what they're doing.
And very quickly, if you can, any tips on clustering segmentation based around commercial vs research pages and keywords by Daniel question, Brotherly West.
Yeah, so this comes back to this is my workflow. If this helps, I always do. Let's say it's for an e-commerce site. I do my keyword universe first. I pull in all the keywords. I then cluster them, and then within Keyword Insights, you can actually filter for informational and then filter for transactional. So I have a look at both, and then what I do is see if there's a pattern. So in e-commerce sites, you might start to see that, oh, I should break things down by weight. Like there's clusters for 5 kilogram suitcases, 10 kilogram suitcase. So I need to make a mental note of that, write it down. And then I go away and do a separate research on just the transactional. I've noticed the patterns. I now want to go find all the weights, and I want to go find all the facets. And then I do a separate one on just the informational, and I have them as 2 different folders. And then in my workflow, I keep them separate from then on, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much. We are moving very quickly with our video ad, and next we have Gianluca Fiorelli, so stay with us. And we are here again. Hello, Gianluca. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
Yeah, we are good as well. Let me introduce you. Gianluca is I don't know, for many, many years, I don't even remember when, but has huge experience in digital marketing industry, is strategic and international SEO. And you know, I bet 100% that all of you know his blog on I Love SEO. And like Gianluca and I Love SEO are like synonyms. There are always some interesting posts on even on HCU you've published and everything else. So I bet that you've read 1 or 2 at least, and I'm a constant reader as well. So if you have not, go and subscribe. Gianluca specializes in strategic SEO, international SEO, and then Google updates. And today we will be talking about rich results and schema markup and all these kind of technical things. So I think that will be hugely interesting. Ask your questions in the chat.
Before we go, Gianluca, you have a cat, don't you?
Yes, but it's not here with me right now. Yes, you see it. You see it here in.
Yeah, Gianluca has a cat. Yeah, fantastic. This is what I wanted to ask. No more questions.
Okay, I'm adding your presentation, and we can go.
Okay, so let me try. I'm try to make it bigger, so I'm also able to not lose the vision of you here close, because if not, classic problems. Okay, so I'm really happy that to come after the talk we had, because many things shared before are going to be also have an important meaning, a relevance for what I'm going to say. So, secrets Googleites at plain sight. So, I'm starting from an hypothesis, which is this one. Okay, I did a problem. Okay.
It was very like a cat does, so something
Yes,
away from the
totally.
screen.
Okay, I'm going to share all the screen, so I'm not going to have problem. And okay, do you see it? I think yes. So
Yes.
the hypothesis is this one. We are living in a messy middle era where user performance search stimulated by something that is out of the internet, for instance, and start an almost endless loop of exploration and then evaluation and then return to explore more deeply inside their funnel until when there's something that finally catch their attention and finally land on a page. This search, this space is what I call the organic search space, and not necessarily is only on Google. It can be search on Google, then searching on YouTube, then returning on Google, and then going to TikTok, and then returning to Google, etc., etc., etc. Then we also have the zero-click SERP, which is somehow a consequence of this behavior. So what if instead of thinking of targeting clicks, search clicks, we start thinking in search session, which is exactly this constant movement people have during a phase of search, which means also potentially passing from one Google SERP to another Google SERP and so on. So the target is concentrate in the search session space. So how can we discover the potential search session? Because Digital Quokka obviously explain how you can do it, starting from assembling a big amount of keywords and then clustering them. And you will see that my process is not that different, but start from a different source. And the source is the same Google. Why I'm using Google as a source for my keyword research, or at least my initial part of the keyword research? Because Google knows exactly what people are searching for. So when Google is suggesting some other search to its user, it knows that this user probably will do that search by themselves. So it's anticipating their next move. So in order to not get lost in a big, gigantic amount of searches, which usually can block you from continuing and processing your strategy, let's start with what Google is suggesting. I'm going to make an example using this topic, which is Star Wars Legion. I'm really lover of mini painting, and it's a topic I know very well. So let's start from the very basic SERP feature that Google present to us. It's the search menu. The search menu is composed by the classic search filters like image, shopping, videos, but it's also composed by the topics filter. Topics filter are not just put there because Google wants to do something. They are put there because Google knows that if someone is searching for Star Wars Legion, most probably is going to search and to go deeper in his search session, dig into board game, role-playing, Star Wars, strategy, anything these topic filters are presenting to us. The topic filters, just this one, are able to show us, to suggest us what are the paths that we should concentrate on and should prioritize. They works like people also ask. If we click a topic filter, we are going to a SERP that most probably will have another list of topic filters. So we can, we are already doing with people also ask, we substantially create a big cluster in this sense of topics related one each other, topic, subtopic, and subtopics. Moreover, to each topic filter correspond a query refinement. So we are also starting to collect keywords that are related to a specific topic and subtopic, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, doing this manually, even if you're scraping the SERPs, is quite a pain. So there are a couple of tools. One is Topical.io, and the other one is SparkToro that added this quite recently this function that substantially scrape these filters so you can create your make faster your research. Another feature that I really look with attention is that people also search for, which is the new name of related searches substantially. And it's surprising how very few SEO really pay attention to this feature, which is one of the ancient features that Google presented in the SERPs. Why? Because, I mean, if I'm searching for Star Wars Legion and Google is suggesting me that people searching for Star Wars Legion are also searching for these things, well, it's important. They are sure and important. Moreover, they are even more important now with AI overview, because according to the patent of search SGE, and also used for AI overview, Google also looks at the sources to the search results of the related searches in order to expand the base of sources from which creating the answer it presented in the overview. So they are surely important. Plus, they are not just invented. They are based on the Google analysis of all the searches people do around the topic. Again, the process, the behavior is the same as we have seen. We know for people also ask, and obviously the topic filter. We click on a related search and we go to another SERP with its own query, which has also its own related search and blah, blah, blah. So again, we can see a potential search session with this analysis. For instance, if we have Star Wars Legion Reddit, we know that it's going to present Star Wars Legion news. And the news, what are? Star Wars Legion Bad Batch, Ewoks, Genosian new release. So what is telling us this type of analysis? That this feature, as well also the topic filter, are really influenced by timely searches, what's happening in the search sphere in the moment we are doing the analysis. So it would be important to do this process of updating this retrieval of information close to the seasonality we know are influencing our website. Not talking about Google, but still talking about related searches. If we want to expand to another source other than Google, I really suggest to use Perplexity, because Perplexity is even more, if the related searches of Google may happen that for central niche, certain searches are really influenced by the transactional or commercial search intent. Instead, on Perplexity, if you are looking for search session in the top of the funnel, Perplexity is better because it's only about the top of the funnel. So it can enlarge the vision of its potential search journeys. And so you can integrate the analysis of Perplexity to the analysis you're doing with Google. AI overview. AI overview I was using when it was SGE, because SGE also had the feature of the follow-up question stole from Perplexity. But the follow-up question are not anymore. Anyway, I still look at how AI overview organize semantically a topic in its answer. And this is a feature that it's even better, though, to discover with a quite recent new search feature of things to know. Things to know, how can we find them easily? Using a tool, I'm here presented the example of SEMrush, where you can do it practically with every tool that is also tracking SERP features. You substantially see for what keywords you are ranking and what of these keywords also present the things to know SERP feature. Doing so, you can start doing the analysis better. As you can see, the things to know is substantially a mini brief for a potential guide. So, let's say Star Wars Legend droids, you know that Google is suggesting that people really want is a content talking about the list, the types, what are the most powerful, what are the names, what are the best droids. Obviously, you can use it for these, let's say, micro use, like I need to create a guide about this specific topic, but you can also use to expand again your query set. And then the image search tags. This is a really old favorite of mine because the image search tags are not only new queries that you can add to your keyword search, but they are essentially entities. So they are really, really useful to understand what is the ontology surrounding your topic. And knowing the ontology, so the entities, the attribute to your main entities that are related, that are important, that really matter to people doing the search, then you can better optimize for entity search, which means you can better optimize not only for being more visible on Google, but for being more visible in AI overview, having your content used as a source on ChatGPT search, on Bing Copilot, on Perplexity, and all the other potential source of organic traffic. As I was saying before, until a couple of months ago, tags were filtered of the same query. Now the Google is substantially rewriting the SERP for image search, and so to each tag corresponds a keyword, which is better for us in the sense that it's easier to expand our keyword research base thanks to this new feature. Again, Topically IO is really good in this because it is probably the only tool tracking the tags of image search. I don't know if SERPing does it. And last but not least important, people also ask. However, I don't use people also ask in this moment for basing a content strategy. I'm using it especially for identifying search journeys that are not being discovered, analyzing all the other features. Obviously, using also ask is the best way to make this analysis better. I suggest not to go too deep in the analysis because it can be quite confusing, can add too much noise. And eventually what I really suggest is to highlight the questions that tend to be repeated because those are the most important questions. Those are the most important pain points. And obviously, if we are analyzing Google SERP, we should also analyze the web pages that are ranking for our most important queries. And I personally really like this Google sheet done by WordLift, which substantially analyze the query that you put as we want to analyze and the pages ranking in the first top 10 results. And you can have it on a sheet so you can really easily go checking what are the entities that really matters for you and what are the ones that don't matter. You can see how many of these entities are repeated through the website ranking in the top 10. So probably the one repeating the most are the one that you must pay attention the most. Okay, so now we have all this data. What can we do? We do this, name entity recognition, NER. And yes, I use ChatGPT and Claude lately, also Gemini, with a simple prompt, I really suggest to do it. I'm not doing clustering. I'm doing name entity analysis because I'm working on entity. So for this thing, is ChatGPT or Claude are really good, and they really help you cluster the entities. I'm not clustering actually keywords. I'm more clustering entities, and doing so, I can see what are the clusters, and obviously, keywords inside is a wonderful tool for doing this. If you want to do it using a tool specifically created for this, because as you can see, it does substantially the same thing then you can do with name recognition analysis, name entity recognition. This work is extremely important because it helps you define in a very correct way the taxonomy that your website should have. And so I think that when we talk about optimizing a website for semantics, the first thing to do is optimizing the taxonomy of the website. Without a good taxonomy, the semantics is substantially useless or not so performative. We know that this is the classic definition of taxonomy, and why taxonomy is important because it helps you to structure data that is the content and the pages composing your website. This is usually the kind of taxonomy a client gives you, which is a catalog taxonomy, but it's not so useful. I mean, you can target a lot of things on search, but people usually have their own way to create taxonomy around something. And a catalog taxonomy usually means this user-based creation of taxonomy. Our analysis, based on searches that people do, really, because Google knows them, can help us create alternative taxonomy, like in this case, a taxonomy perfection, based on lore, based on unities, based on game type, so battles and skirmishes, but also going really deep in the taxonomy. So these are tabletop mini game. So we have mini soldiers to paint. And so people are interested. These minis are made in plastic and resin. Where I can download the STL file to print it on my 3D printer, so on. So this is the kind of taxonomy that you can discover and implement on your website. So to make it able to target all the potential search session and potential queries related to that. Obviously, a taxonomy evolves. It's not screwed in the marble. So it's it's very important to use also Google Trends to maintain this taxonomy updated, use the related queries, use the related topics, especially the breaking ones in order to update the taxonomy. There is a tool, ktrends.ai, which makes this work really, really easy to do, to perform, because it's also connect with your search console, so it can it can alert you what are your content gaps and taxonomy gaps, depending on the current trends. I was saying I was working especially on entities. Entities means ontology. And ontology is everything related to a domain. In this case, the Star Wars Legion game domain. This also means, obviously, structured data. If you are in e-commerce, remember that structured data means also optimizing for Google Merchant and Google Manufacturer. But especially is entity search, because of all the things that I was saying before. It's not just optimizing for Google, but optimizing for all the potential sources people use for a search. Let's say Alderaan. This is the StarWars.com website. They do a wonderful job. Obviously, they are Star Wars, so they know very well the topic. So when it comes to Alderan, these are all the related entities to this planet. And if you start connecting the entities like this, then it's relatively easy to create a content which is targeting all the entities in order to make you being relevant for the keyword Alderan, for instance. But this is substantially a very silly example for telling you that maybe the most important on-page ranking factor is not keyword. It's not how many keywords you use. It's not LSI keywords, which is nonsense. It's entity salience. The entity salience is telling you how much content is relevant about an entity, which is your main topic. For instance, this is the content that the distributor, the producer of a mini is sending to us. It's quite generic. It's not really optimized. What happens, in fact, what happens if we add this content? Google will think and see this content as if we were talking about the series of The Mandalorian, as you can see from the entity salience metric from natural language processing on cloud by Google. Instead, if we, thanks to our research we did before, start using the words and entities that we discovered related to our topics, we substantially make Google really understand we are talking about the mini figure of Moff Gideon that we can use in the game. And this entity search importance is important too also for image search, because everything we have did with entities, embeddings, neighborhood analysis of the entities, entity clustering, yes, blah, 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 is substantially helping us, for instance, in creating photo shoots where we present the main product, but also the product we know that people will eventually click on or tap on Google Lens, for instance. Obviously, this job can be done even if you don't know anything about the topic. But obviously, my biggest suggestion, my biggest tip is, before starting this job, really go deep into the topic, into what your client, what your website is about. Try to make your mini master courses of 1-2 days, learning everything about the niche, the market, the topic, the website, because so you can add your intuition, your creativity to all this data you are retrieving and analyzing. And that is
just 2 minutes left. Gianluca, just 2 minutes left, just letting you know.
I finish.
Okay.
Okay, let's say, may the force be with you.
Oh, it was swift. Maybe you want a final slide where people can contact you or something like that.
What?
Maybe you have a final slide where with your contact data and where people can follow you.
Oh no, well, you can find me on Twitter with my handle is Fiorelli1. So G with G like my name, Gianluca. Fiorelli is my surname, followed by 1. You can find me on X there. And on my website is iloveseo.net.
Okay. What you've shown us, it seems like lots of manual work. So you go and check all these things.
Well, no, I do it when I'm starting. When I'm starting to do the work, I like to do manual work. But then I also present you potential tool that you can use. For instance, for the topic filter, Topicalio, or SparkToro. For the image search tags, again, Topicalio. People also ask is substantially also ask.com. It's a different tools when I merge all the results in a log list of queries, substantially retrieved by this analysis and classified for topic with a previous classification per topic, then maybe with this CSV file, I feed ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or keyword insights in order to create the cluster. And once I have done the clusters, I can use my brain in order to do all these taxonomies.
Okay. People say that they know where to find it. I don't know if to be happy or scared about that. But thank you so much, Gianluca. Please stay
You're
with
welcome.
us. We have now Gerry and Natalia next, and that topic is also very amazing. I'll turn on the ad now. Just
Thank you, Joe.
And here we go. Thank you for coming. Hi, Gerry. Hi, Natalia. I hope you are fine and good. And are you real, or are these your VR, AR representations, avatars? Are you in bodies?
To find out. Looking
Okay.
for glitches.
I'll just very quickly present you so that we can move forward to your awesome presentation. Gerry is like you are all known, of course, but some peculiar things that you might not know about Gerry is not only that he is an awesome speaker and search awards judge and everything like that. He's also a vice president of growth at Mueller Local. And also an important thing about Gerry is that he's a co-founder of Take It Offline. It's an on-conference event. So if you like to have some networking with really smart and awesome SEOs that you don't like, and you want to get connected with them, just Google this event and try to get there. It's really amazing and awesome, and it's 100%. It will be a favorite.
I especially recommend what was that whiskey link building or something like that in Amsterdam. Fantastic session.
Had a great time with Anton, drinking Guinness for breakfast.
Maybe we'll have this session with Bibi next.
Yeah, she was there. Yes.
And now, Natalia Witczyk is international SEO consultant originally from Poland, but now based in Barcelona. Natalia has her own company, Mosquito Digital, and also specializes a lot on international SEO and those different tweaks and tricks. I've seen Natalia on the SERP conference, which is our sponsor, and it was amazing. One of my favorite talks, and people liked it a lot because she's very specific, very detailed. She documents everything and is very attentive to smallest details, but which move the needle. So not just everything, but very focused on achieving your goals. So follow Natalia, and I hope to hear lots of. The topic today is AR/VR for SEOs. I have never ever seen anyone speak about that before, so I'm waiting for lots of information today. I'll take notes myself.
Definitely words of wisdom. Yeah. Just before we go, I just want to show a couple of pictures. Yeah, it's Natalia's dog.
Joy. It's my partner's dog, but I adopted it as mine today.
And is Gerry's mother dog. Yeah. Okay, we're ready to go.
Okay, right. Bit of background. I've been I went along and tried out VR once at an arcade, and I loved it so much. Discovered that you can buy a headset for relatively low amounts of money, and when I started playing around with it, I kind of got a bit addicted. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. A bit of background to me, as mentioned, I'm the VP of Growth for Mirador Local. You can find me on Twitter, Threads, LinkedIn, everywhere. Basically, even on TikTok, although I don't expect a huge amount on TikTok just yet. I As mentioned before, VP of Growth for Mueller Local, which, by the way, has got something really cool just come out called Mirror School, which is free. I'm not going to do too much advertising for it. And joining me is Natalia. I'll let her introduce herself later on, but she's going to be talking about some other things. When Anton said, oh, do you want to get somebody to come along with you to kind of talk about VR and AR? Natalia tried out my headset relatively recently, and like within one day she bought her own headset. And so, you know, she's been trying it out. She's relatively new to it, which means she's got kind of a totally different, fresh perspective. What we're going to talk about today is basically the devices, the terms and the lingo, the rise, the fall, the future, basically where it's going right and where it's going wrong. And I've got strong views on this. I actually had a bet with a guy called Nick Wellsden that in about 5 years' time, so 2030, we are going to be seeing more and more augmented reality. And when Nick was kind of talking about things like the rise of Google Voice and voice search and things like that, it was one of those things that I always felt a bit weird about it all. I never quite kind of got into it. But I think augmented reality is going to be so big, so huge. The question is where and how and what's going to happen. So let's just dive straight in. The hardware. I'll talk straight about hardware. And yeah, basically it's kind of this, we'll call it 3 different kind of devices. There's the standalone VR headsets, the connected headsets, and then there's the kind of category which is the XR glasses. This is where I think the cool stuff is going to happen, but we're still at very much early days at the moment. And the companies that are doing the really cool stuff include companies like MetaConnect, and they are actually doing a conference today where they're going to be introducing some even cooler new hardware. The first one, of course, is the Quest, the Meta Quest. It used to be called the Oculus, but since Facebook or Meta bought it, it has now been sort of rebranded. We're currently on the version 3. The version 2 actually outsold the Xbox at the time, and you know the Quest 1 was released back in 2019. There's hundreds, I mean like truly hundreds of different games and apps available for it. Not just games, but like apps where you can watch TV, you can interact, you can do business. There's a lot of commercial apps. There's a lot of different apps out there. And on top of that, it can connect to the internet, which means that, of course, you can actually view and interact with different websites. There are websites out there that are actually truly 3D virtual reality. Bit of news. Today, the 3S is probably going to be released, and this is kind of a preview because this is kind of one of those leaks. And they basically say that this is only $299, which, considering what it's capable of and the power behind it, that's actually an absolute bargain. So as I say, more and more kind of homes are going to get Quests within it. So the opportunity is there. We all heard of TikTok or ByteDance, and they've got their own version. They've got the Pico 4, which does almost exactly the same. In fact, so similar to the Meta Quest that you can almost feel like they're just playing catch up a bit and just replicating everything that they're talking about. And of course, the big one that everyone is talking about is the ludicrously expensive and the most returned Apple product, apparently, the Apple Vision Pro. This one, so many people absolutely love. It's like one of those tools and devices that people think is brilliant. It's like £3,500, whereas, you know, the Meta, the Oculus, the Meta is like £300. So it's like 10 times the price. It is absolutely crazy just how much it costs, but people love it. And it acts like an iPhone, which you can interact with as you're walking around. It's something which, once if you're into the Apple ecosystem, it really is truly quite amazing. And I do think that we're on the version 1 of it now. As Apple iterate and improve on it, it'll be a market dominating device very, very soon. I mean, we've already seen videos of people driving around in Teslas actually wearing them, but I don't think that's exactly going to happen. The other types of devices are the connected ones. Do you need to connect to a PC? You need to connect to a device like a mobile phone or something for it to work. And there's a lot of these. This is where it's all been kind of driving. Now, to power really good quality virtual reality experiences, you do need a powerful PC, but there's quite a lot out there. This one is the big screen beyond, and it's one of the lightest, most portable, most easy. And I'm going to be honest, I would absolutely love one, but again, it's quite expensive, and I don't have the right PC. HTC have been the market leaders in the area of like VR devices for a long, long time. And this one is the one that's just come out called the Focus Vision. It's incredibly powerful, but I just can't really afford one. And this is the kind of other exciting end, is you can actually get what look like sunglasses, which you can put on. And this is where you can literally have head-up screens, you can have interactive, you can have everything. It's not necessarily going to look like the kind of true virtual reality experience. It's going to look more like augmented reality. And this is where things like spatial computing is really coming in. It's the exciting area now. And I think this is kind of going to be huge very, very soon. These are the X-Real glasses, and I've actually got a pair of these. This means that I can connect them to my mobile phone. I can be sat on a flight going to Amsterdam. I can watch Netflix, what seems to be in a huge cinema type experience. I can play computer games. I can do lots more with it. And it actually works like spatial, like holographic kind of screens. I can plug them into my laptop and get two extra screens out of it as I'm traveling. So there's so much power to this. And of course, the most important thing is the mobile phone. Everybody's got a mobile phone. And when we're talking about virtual reality and augmented reality, we often forget that augmented reality is actually built into so many kind of apps and devices nowadays that, you know, the standard iPhone, the standard Android, you can just power it straight off there. But my prediction is going to be that it's going to be a combination of the mobile phone and some kind of sunglasses type visors things very soon. And this is going to be where it's all going to be super cool in 2 to 3 years' time. There are, of course, hundreds of other devices. There's literally so many around, including the HoloLens and things like that. And, you know, we do know that this is going to kind of carry on being like this. The fragmentation is going to be there until it all kind of connects back up again. So what does it all mean, the lingo? We talk about the metaverse, we talk about virtual reality, augmented reality, XR, and the new one is spatial computing. So let's just jump straight in and sort of figure out what it's all about. Okay, the metaverse. This is that kind of term which everyone was talking about 5 years ago, and it's been the buzzword of VR. But the strange thing is the fact that, does it really exist? Does the metaverse in itself actually truly exist? Well, Google says it's a virtual world that allows users to interact with each other and virtual objects in a more immersive way than previous online worlds. And it's expected to be the next stage of the internet and is being developed using technologies like VR and AR. So I kind of disagree with that a little bit. McKinsey says that it's the emerging 3D-enabled digital space that uses virtual reality, augmented reality, and other advanced internet, semiconductor technology. I feel like they're just injecting buzzwords into this, which is often a little bit, I don't know, BS. My personal view, forget the term the metaverse, or at least forget the term the metaverse. No one is building the metaverse. But there are many other metaverses that exist. Decentraland, this is huge, and there's kind of a lot of things happening in it. The Sandbox, which is another one, there's all sorts of crazy stuff going on. There's the Atari world, the Care Bears world, the Playboy world. I won't talk about that. And of course, Second Life has been going around for so long. This is something which I remember people talking about like 10 years ago, talking about it for government projects, for all sorts of different things. But quite honestly, I think it's kind of disappeared. And of course, we've got Roblox. Bibi, who's going to come on later on, she loves Roblox. Her kids play it. Everyone plays it. There's so much going on with Roblox. It's quite crazy. And Ralph Lauren have actually had a winter escape in Roblox. Crocs, those weird shoe things that I've never quite understood, but everybody seems to love. They've got their own world. And you can even get an IKEA on Roblox, which apparently opened in June 2024. Remember that every digital campaign, which was the ultimate job? Well, you apparently can work in IKEA on Roblox. And the other huge world is Meta Horizons. Now, I am sure that Natalia has been playing around in Meta Horizons a lot with her new VR headset. And you can get crazy events. There is amazing stuff. And there's the Music Valley. There's loads of live events. There's comedy clubs. There's everything in there. But I'm going to be honest, I have not really played around with it at all, except to kind of have a poke around in it and do some other bits and pieces. Fortnite is quite a famous one. It started off as a huge kind of game. You shoot your friends, they shoot you. But it turns out that they've made a lot more things happen within this metaverse of Fortnite. You can do things like explore, you can see a cyberpunk things, you can sort of, and more importantly, you can buy clothing, you can do you can purchase I can't pronounce this, Balachianchi. Natalia, how do you pronounce that? She told me earlier.
Thiago.
Thank you. But they've done really interesting things before with them. They've done sort of they've done mashups with computer games. They've done their 2021-4 collection. So there's a lot of companies out there that are using the Unreal Engine, which is what powers a lot of gaming in VR, to kind of do far more than ever before. This term metaverse was huge in 2022, but now nobody really talks about it. It's that buzzword that died, and I'm glad about it, because I think it's kind of a misdemeanor. We have online worlds, we have everything, but the word the metaverse, or quite rightly, should have died. But as you see here, Roblox and Meta Horizon and Metaverse, they're all still quite big, and Fortnite and Roblox are the two that really are dominating. As Alessia says, is there kind of SEO in Roblox? I don't really think there is, but lots of companies can create a world and then market it. So there's really some really interesting stuff in there. So my view, let's not use the word the metaverse. AR, VR, XR. Well, augmented reality is where it's digital information overlaying to the real world, interacting with digital events. AR can be used on smartphones or for transparent headsets. And the best example of this is the game that everybody's played, Pokemon Go. I am shocked at just how many people have been playing Pokemon Go. I watch people, Judith Lewis, I was chatting to her once and found out she was busily catching Pokemons as we were chatting away, walking around Brighton. I've actually produced a game back in 2011 using QR codes and augmented reality. So this is something which is really, really old technology. It's not new at all, but it's growing so fast now. There's so many kind of digital e-commerce opportunities where you can try on different lipsticks, you can try on different makeup, you can do all sorts of interesting and exciting things using it. So the marketing opportunities here are huge. And of course, every time you create something like this, you get links. That helps with SEO. You can try on trainers, which I think is really cool. So I think that's just something that Aleyda loves. Aleyda's partner, her husband, really loves different trainers. And, you know, the ability to try on different trainers would be amazing. The other side of it for augmented reality is you can be walking around the house and projecting YouTube. You could be watching me talking about augmented reality whilst you're doing your dishes in the kitchen using special glasses or a Meta Quest. I wouldn't necessarily recommend filling it with Steam though, but you know, I'll get onto that later. The HoloLens is the one that's been the most kind of historically most interesting for this one. The military, everybody's been using the HoloLens for a long, long time, but it's interesting how it's kind of almost disappeared, despite the fact that the HoloLens literally does everything that the Apple device does. But for some reason, Apple's marketing really does triumph Microsoft's. VR. This is kind of a 3D simulated environment that users can react with. It really sort of blocks out the real world and immerses you in a completely virtual simulation. And XR is where it combines both VR and AR experiences. When I first showed Natalia a game on the VR, it was showing aliens popping into my lounge and she could shoot them with a gun. Spatial computing is the next one that's kind of going to be huge. And I think this is going to be really, really big. This basically means you can plug your laptop into some glasses or even have it standalone where you're able to use a computer effectively in VR. The strange thing is we seem to be replicating kind of a classic laptop, but just with bigger multiple screens. And this is where I think the kind of the future will be. I mean, you can look at a 3D house and interact with it, for instance. And this is a great example of using kind of 3D augmented reality technology, spatial computing to kind of bring everything together. If I was going to go buy a house and I got the opportunity to look around with it in VR first, I 100% would do that. And of course, this thing I showed earlier on, you know, you can be watching things like YouTube or doing interactive things on anything by just wearing a pair of VR headsets now. The other things is spatial photos, and the new iPhone can take spatial photographs, and this is something where it kind of brings it back to the marketing side of it. If you can create and share spatial photographs that can be seen on a web page, but only seen by people using augmented reality, using kind of VR glasses or headsets, this is kind of a great opportunity to kind of do more with it. This is a good example of somebody videoing something on it and then watching it back later on. I think we've all got a lot of experiences where if it was a 3D experience, it would be a little bit more. It pops out. It's 3D. It's a much better, more interactive experience. I would love sort of better photographs of some of my old photographs, which would be kind of more 3D, more interactive. Spatial videos, these videos not only can be seen on the Vision Pro, but they can also be seen on MetaQuest. So this technology kind of brings into everywhere. So in fact, I've started seeing advertising campaigns where people are talking about it, and people are talking about using these kind of videos on more and more devices. So as these Apple Vision Pros become more and more in the home and people are using Quests and similar devices to browse, I think the opportunity here to make interactive and advertising more better is going to be seen. A good example of this, and this goes back to 2020, Masters of Malt actually filmed their distilleries in 3D in a virtual reality. So you can watch this on YouTube. You can actually get a lot of virtual reality videos. So there's absolutely no reason why you can't buy a pair of VR glasses and take a look around. Now, they actually do sell these glasses for £6.73, but please do not buy them. This is the worst experience. This is the worst way to experience VR. And if you can get a good headset, it's definitely worth it. But what about VR e-commerce? Having a look at what's been sold, there's been a Sandbox yacht NFT for $650,000. Coca-Cola did an NFT auction for $575,000, and there's a Gucci Roblox purse for $4,150. Now I'm saying this kind of in a weird, confused voice because I'm sitting there thinking, who on earth is spending $500,000 on a Sandbox yacht NFT, and why? I don't understand this. But you know, some people have got more money than sense. Sadly, I haven't got much sense or much money. In Second Life, you can buy all sorts of crazy things. Now, the price of a, I'm trying to remember what the currency is called, but the Second Life currency is about 30%. But still, that means that somebody is spending £1,000 on a Dragon Guardian item. People are spending lots of money in virtual reality, which I don't really get on virtual reality products. But you know, the opportunity is for us to kind of go and create better experiences, try on clothing, to buy on luggage, to look at different ways. This is actually a computer game that I've played far too much recently called Ghost of Tabor. And in it, I can actually go and buy guns, I can go and buy armor and all sorts of other things. In-game money, it's not like I'm spending actual real world money. But the thing is, this experience is actually really good, but nobody seems to be replicating this to kind of buy luggage. I'm waiting for Samsonite, I'm waiting for IKEA to kind of make a much better kind of experience. The interesting thing is companies like Shopify have actually got quite a lot of time and resource dedicated to 3D and AR. In fact, they have got 66 apps. If you search for 3D AR VR apps on their store, they've got 66 apps. So there's quite a lot going on already for retail, but I'm not seeing it really being used effectively yet. So I'm kind of, although I'm sort of saying, you know, the future is VR and AR, I still find that a lot of the information that I'm looking at still feels a little bit behind where we should be. eBay have said the next channel for retail will be virtual, and they actually had a VR shop in Australia. And when I looked into it and tried to find more information about it, I actually found it seemed to be not there. It seems to be gone. So, you know, there's a lot of opportunity in VR e-commerce, but most of it seems to be in kind of like a non-VR e-commerce world. I mean, this is me and also asked guy, Mark, playing poker. This is me playing tennis with Natalia. And, you know, I can actually, my partner, she loves watching movies. So she and I will watch a movie in a huge cinema in VR. I do multiplayer gaming with friends of mine all the time. In fact, in one of the games, you can actually have a corgi, which you can set on zombies. Totally unrelated, but I know that you all like dogs. You can play virtual board games in it. It's amazing. And you can do fitness and exercise. You can learn to play the piano. You can even learn another language, which would be fantastic because my Spanish is terrible. You can do work stuff. I mean, imagine like your first day of meeting in a mixed reality company where you can actually go and interact with a whiteboard. You can see more to it. And this is where a lot of these companies see the future. But right now it feels clunky and not quite working. Of course, the other side of it is in, let's just say, the adult categories. That's huge at the moment. I won't go into too much details, but we do know that, you know, whilst the military creates a lot of the kind of technology that we use and love, the adult industry has been pushing e-commerce technology faster than anybody else. So what about the future?
And you have 1 minute.
Oh, okay. I'll talk really fast then. Okay, so yeah, I think there's a lot more coming out soon, and I think it's going to be very much in the XR glasses. That's where it's going to be. And actually, today, Mark Zuckerberg is releasing some new glasses potentially. Vision OS 2. Basically, to cut to the chase, do you remember the year of the mobile? I think we're going to see the year of XR very, very soon, and it is growing very fast. And one of the questions is, if we're watching videos in headsets, should it be vertical or should it be horizontal? I'll be talking more about this at SERPconf in Vienna, and thank you.
I think Alessa is on mute.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Gerry. Natalia, do you have anything to share, like a presentation or whatever?
I have a 5-minute presentation, and I'll stick to my time.
Okay, go.
Which I liked a lot of Gerry's points, and he knows way more about VR and AR world than I do. So I thought I'll bring in completely different perspective. And basically, I will talk about community and user acquisition in AR VR world. And since Gerry mentioned I'm new to this world, thanks to him who introduced me to the whole deal. And most people I have within my AR VR community is SEO people as well. I'll share that perspective of the experience. Very quick intro. That's myself and Joy, my partner's dog that I absolutely love and adore. I'm international SEO consultant based in Barcelona, and that's my LinkedIn. Please connect. And to the point. So chances are you will buy the set based on the amazing introduction by Gerry, but not on the technical set or on the specifications, but rather what your friends already have, because it's a very much social and recommendation-based choice. And that's me in my Meta Oculus. And personally, I'm not a huge fan of Meta as a company, but the products seem to be the only one on the market where people I know actually participate and use. So I went that road. So you buy your first VR set. Now what? What's the first steps? So if you're convinced, if you're tempted, that's what you should know when buying the set. First, you need to set up your account, right? As any software piece these days, you need to log in. So you need to use your at least one of your Meta accounts, which will be your Facebook, your Instagram. And typically people go for the account they already have. They don't usually bother with creating a fresh account just for the set. And you need to reserve at least 20 minutes for the initial setup, just because there's a lot of updates installing. And that's given you have already charged your Meta Quest or it's come to you with enough battery. Battery runs out very quickly, so you have to be aware of that. Then Meta will suggest some contacts that you already have among your Facebook or Instagram. And the recommendation is to add everyone, meaning not your weird neighbor that you've looked at profile once and you don't really have contact with, but maybe people you've had contact in the past, because their app recommendations and choices will make your navigation way easier. And they will appear for you in your panel as people you can connect to and play with very easily. And then when you navigate your Quest, it's not very easy. You have to be aware that it's not the smoothest of the experiences. But Meta has created a Meta Horizon app that is available on iOS or Android. And you can connect there through your phone and do all the typing bits, searching bits, connection requests. And then it's synchronized with your actual set, where navigation is a bit harder. So first experience tips. Ask someone for free app recommendations. So the idea is a lot of apps are really expensive. It's 20, 30, 40 euros, nothing cheaper really. So the first hype you get from the new tech, I don't think you need to spend money on that. I think the simplest of the games are already good enough. It will give you a couple of weeks to get assimilated with what you like, what you prefer within the metaverse. And also it will give you an understanding of how to navigate. So when you buy and purchase your actual games, it's not money in vain because you already are familiar with the rest of the setup. And the free games are huge fun. Take it slow. If you become dizzy, which might happen, take it off immediately because your brain will need to adjust. And I've tried VR in the past at someone else's home or at a trade show, and I've never had any dizziness ever because I always did it for 2, 3, 5 minutes. Now, if you're there for 20, your brain starts to react. And it gets easier with time, but the first impression of spending a lot of time in VR, it does show. Then you might start dreaming in 3D as per Metaverse 3D. And your brain and the site will take a few weeks to adjust fully. My first 3 or 4 nights after playing a lot were just dreaming in that form and shape, which is fascinating, but also scary. So that's okay. It goes away, I promise also. Don't get discouraged by that experience. So this is the things I wish someone told me before I have started. But obviously, everyone's sensibility to those effects is different. So I also appreciate not everyone will feel as dizzy as maybe I was the first day. Now, how do users find apps on Quest? The Quest or facts are that it's horrible. The user experience is really bad. Finding any app is kind of impossible if you don't know what you're looking for. So you only find anything by typing the exact match name. The ASO, in this case, does not exist. And I've actually looked for resources, and there's nothing on that at all. And there is no free filter option. So you can find free options by looking through the listing, but you cannot just filter for free. So this means that the user acquisition in this case is completely something else. Because you learn from friends about the apps. You have recommendations from friends, you get affiliate links from friends, and you have apps that have been downloaded by your friends marked in your contact profiles. So that helps you navigate the first steps because you don't know what you are supposed to do yet. And those friends will actually help you get to what is the most interesting. Then social is huge. Reddit, Discord, YouTube, other forums. That's where people find out about new apps. Then email is one of the channels that Meta documentation on marketing for apps mentions. And it's mostly for studios and bigger game publishers. If they publish a new game, obviously they want their fan base to know. And then there are free app stores, but most people just know.
We have just half a minute or maybe one more minute.
This is last slide actually, so that's perfect. So
Okay.
Quest Store is the most user use because that's the only one you know about, but there's 2 more stores, AppLab and SideQuest. And please use those because there are more interesting apps there that are for free. And that being said, what's important is that AR and VR networks are the most social out there. So that's the actual social network because you connect with people you know. So it's not like other social media where you're in a bubble of influencers. It's actually human connections. So I invite you to try it. And that's been me. Thank you. And I've done it in 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. It's been like a very hot topic for a while. And now stay with us, please. Next is Bibi The Link Builder. You'll enjoy her presentation on link building as well. Thank you so much, Natalia. Thank you so much, Gerry.
Hi, I'm Olga, an SEO consultant in SEO since 2012. SEOslide.io is the SEO newsletter for ambitious SEOs. Subscribe to get 3 SEO templates, which you can use in your daily work as an SEO. Your competitors are subscribed. Are you? Go to SEOslide.io and hit subscribe. See you in the next issue.
And hello, Bibi.
Hello. Shall I start running my presentation?
Let me introduce you first. I'll be really quick.
Sorry.
Just a few words about Bibi The Link Builder. Everyone knows her. That's why she's targeted by PPC campaign. When you Google her name, every company wants to have some support. When you try to find Bibi, yes, go and ban them. So Bibi knows everything about link building. You can hear her on various conferences, and she is really immersed into doing that. And she does it like no one loves link building, no one loves link builders, but Bibi is a huge exception that only proves the rule. Like she does that so naturally and I don't know, so smoothly that you'll enjoy not only her presentation, but maybe think about this as a career or expanding of your services or something like that. And the presentation, as I've seen it, is also wonderful. So go on and share it, please.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Aleyda. Your words are very kind. So let me see. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
May I share it? Okay.
Yes.
Yay.
All right, let's go. Hi, my name is Bibi The Link Builder, and today I'm talking about link building and cats. And I'm trying to gonna make it a little bit entertaining, not too serious. So I don't know if you were waiting for a huge revelation. That's not gonna happen, but just kind of bear with me. Oh, and by the way, some of you in the know are joining in with a drinking game, or if you're not into drinking, you can take snacks or do push-ups with a secret word. I might say this word, it might also show on the screen, so pay attention and you might find out what the word is. Or maybe you can ask your colleagues, maybe they know what it is. So first off, cats rule the webs. I have proof. First of all, cats are searched for 4.4 million and dogs 1.4 million, right? So that's already a clear sign that they rule. Also, editors, the people that link to you, are basically cats. Exhibit A, they're both nocturnal creatures. Cats are active at 3 a.m. They get the zoomies, right? Editors have deadlines at 3 a.m., so they're running away from the clock. Exhibit B, they're both very easily distracted. Cats are like, oh, shiny dots. And editors are like, oh, Twitter drama. Actually, SEOs are like that too. So maybe editors are SEOs. I don't know, that's for another talk. Also, I have to mention this wonderful human being, Michelle freaking Pfeiffer. I mean, look at her. She's the ultimate cat editor, right? Okay, that didn't work as well as I thought. In short, cats rule the webs. Editors are cats. So cats are perfect for links. Solid, right? Now, how do cats do link building? They get their paws dirty with research. With research. First off, I can show you an example of cat research. Smurf cat. It looks like an easy keyword. Well, if you're TikTok, maybe. And it gets a lot of search volume. So this is what a cat would probably tackle, right? Or target. Another thing that cats do is competitor backlink research. So for instance, here they're looking for the backlinks to something that's ranking on Are Cats Low Maintenance? And look, it's 39 backlinks. If you filter that, because that's what cats also do, you filter it on do follow, backlink type in content, and domain traffic 500. So that's from the sites pointing to the page. You actually get way less backlinks. So now you know what you need to beat in addition to all the other things you're doing to beat this #1 ranking on cats are low maintenance. I also want to introduce you to another cat detective, that's Black Sad. It's a really amazing comic by Juan Diaz Canales. If you like comics, then definitely check into that, graphic novel, I should say, if I really want to be very nerdy. Cats also do quick recon with AI because they're efficient hunters. So you might not always have the inspiration or the time to do a deep dive into research. And you can start with a really easy prompt for AI to get a feel of the landscape that you're building links in. So here's the prompt. You can screenshot it if you want. This prompt takes in a specific topic or a product or a niche, and it lists a lot of different things. So providers, thought leaders, statistics, pain points, use cases. And one thing that I really like are tangential topics. So tangential are topics that are not directly relevant, but sort of indirectly relevant. You can also use satellite topics. That's another form of relevancy, or contextual, or all the other stuff. And that's helps you look a bit further than just a very narrow road of your own product or service. And that opens up prospect lists and topics that you can talk about that can get you more links. Another really good thing in this is the companies that cater to the same audience but are not competing with you, because those are companies that you can reach out to for partnerships, because you're serving the same audience, but you're not biting each other, right? So you can just cuddle up and have a perfect collab, maybe. I don't know if anybody has already seen the secret word. If anybody has already, you took a sip of the drink. If you have, then a comment bingo in the chat and maybe help the other people out to find the secret word. So these are all types of linkable assets, because cats also really like to create content that is easy to build links to, so not obviously self-serving or commercial, and that might actually attract passive links. You can get passive links if your domain is strong enough, or you can boost that content up with a couple of links to start off with, and then it can attract more links passively year on year if it's something that you update. So an example is an update on something, or statistics or trends. It can also be a gag site. It can also be a warning. Maybe something came out about a specific ingredient in makeup, and you can create a linkable asset around that, and a lot of people can link to that asset. So these are all different types of linkable assets, and you can take these words and put them in the Content Explorer of Ahrefs, and then use a couple of filters. So I'm going to show you here an example. This is the Content Explorer. So a cat would look for stuff that they like, for instance, wire, because they like chewing on wire, and then they filter. There are, whatever filter you want to use is fine. Just really play around with it, just like a cat would do. So a filter that you can use is the domain rating. So sometimes when you don't use that filter, you only see the really big dog sites that get a lot of traction anyway. But if you choose a filter that's a little bit below 70, you can get smaller sites, and then you know that the attraction that they're getting really has to do with the content and not with their huge brand, right? Another one is, of course, is referring domains. So you can look at content that gets a lot of links. And I would also use a little bit like page traffic to see if your content gets at least some traffic, right? Because that can be an indication as well that it is a real linkable asset. One other filter that I didn't mention here is the Pinterest filter. That's one of my favorites, because Pinterest is basically a big database of blog articles. If you put a filter in here and you say Pinterest repins 200,000, for instance, you can see the types of content that get a lot of, that are very popular on Pinterest. And you can apply that to your own niche, maybe. All right, so here's an example around the wires. This is a piece of content by a site called PowerStream. And they talk about wire size and gauges. And actually, I have no idea what they're talking about. But it did work well. Because if you look here at the backlinks, and again, I filtered on do follow, in content and domain traffic 500. And then I also filtered on that it only shows one link per domain. It got like 131 links, which is a pretty good result for a site that's not huge, right? So next step, after you've done your linkable asset and your market research, you are going to do some outreach, because that can help get your content more links, right? How do cats do outreach? This slide is dedicated to my mom, Aleyda Solis. Oh, wait, my phone vibrated. I don't know why. Okay, I moved it away. Because she likes baby shark. So if you can see there are cats dancing with a shark, which I thought was cute. Well, how do cats do outreach? They ignore you till you give the link, right? Or what they also can do, they can use Midjourney, and they can combine cats, which are very popular, with the prospect niche. So in this example, you see an email that the cat sent out to trucking and logistic companies, and they talk about sunrises and sunsets, and in the subject line. And then when they open the email, it says, as they're constantly chasing that horizon. And it shows the cat, which is popular, a cup of coffee, which is popular, and a sunset and a truck. And that's a way to make an instant connection with cold outreach. In short, because I'm going to keep this short, because I know y'all are tired and I want to keep the energy up. Be more like a cat. Don't let them put you in a link building box. Experiment. Anything that somebody has done that is successful stops working at some point, because everybody starts copying it and scaling it to death. Unless it's a box you want to be in, then totally be a cat in a box. Thanks for coming to my cat talk. That's it. All right. And now I have to stop sharing my screen. Whoops.
Thank you, Bibi. You may do that later. It doesn't really matter. Thank you so much. It was funny and awesome as usual. But may I ask you some pretty boring questions? Would you mind?
Yes. The most boring, more boring, the better.
Okay, so I'll be very, very specific. So what exactly we do when we do something, and those will be my questions. Do you think that Anchor diversification is important.
Yeah, so I
Do
think
you
it's
count all those percent of how many occurrences of this or that word you actually have? Oh, sorry,
oh,
must have been
sorry,
some
I think
glitch. So,
yeah, I think there was a lag, but we're
yeah,
good now.
yeah, okay, yeah. So just go on.
Wait, I think your question was the anchor text and whether frequency and diversification matters, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So when you do a
Well,
link building campaign, do you count all those percents and do you like try to analyze how many percents of different words competitors have vs you and that there are some percent of these kind of keywords and other
mhm.
keywords? So do you
Well,
do that?
in my situation, I usually work with in-house SEOs. So they have an idea of the kinds of anchor text they want to see and how many times they want to see it. But I always tell them it has to make sense. So every link has to make sense. If it doesn't make sense to me, I'm not building it, right? So I'm not going to force an anchor text in something where it doesn't belong. And I think that over optimizing for anchor text will look unnatural at some point as well. Just like with backlinks, I think variation is important and just not doing one thing, the same thing all the time. So yeah, I think variation is important. It has to look natural, and I wouldn't over optimize anchor text.
And for digital PR campaigns, like you might be doing them, do you? Do?
No,
Yeah. Okay.
no,
So
I want to
sometimes
do it, but I'm not doing it
once
right.
sometimes what I see is when they distribute some kind of story, there's really the same anchor text and it goes on all the media. And usually what also happens is that when they do digital PR, they try not to build links to the commercial page, but to some blog page with the link of with the anchor text of the commercial page. Have you seen any drawbacks for such use case?
Yeah, well, I haven't done it that way, so I wouldn't know. But I do think that in the end, you shouldn't just build PR links, or you shouldn't just build guest post links. You should just spread the risk basically, and make it look like a very natural, varied backlink profile. So some of the links will go to commercial pages, some will go to blog page, some blog posts, some will go to the homepage. I usually have a list of primary and secondary target pages, and the primary pages are usually the commercial pages, and the secondary pages are the non-commercial pages, the more informational pages, and that ends up in a nice mix. But I think if somebody does a PR campaign, the why, the motivation needs to be clear, right? If it's branding, then you kind of want to have links with your company name in it going to your homepage, right? And if it has another goal, then it has to suit that goal. But in every case, I think it needs to look natural. So that's why there's a lot of people call it PR, but then it's nothing but press release links. So within PR, you also have different types of PR. Um, so real PR, I
What
think, has more to do with branding.
I think that most people call digital PR what is in reality data-driven marketing, when you have some data which you distribute over to different agencies, like press releases and agencies, and they publish this story because it's attractive and interesting and engaging. And like, what's your approach? Maybe do you have any tips for building such a campaign,
Well,
data-driven marketing?
yeah.
How to come up with ideas for it?
You mean for PR campaigns?
For marketing campaigns, data-driven marketing campaigns that
Oh, for
attract links to your
data-driven marketing.
website. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, for
Uh,
example, you're sitting there, you're producing some T-shirts that, like the one that John Mueller wore today. So, how do you come up with any idea for such things before you start
yeah,
building them?
for data-driven marketing, like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with PR link building, but I am playing around with it. Um, I would normally look at what is already working in PR and then try to find a different angle for it. And then there are also a lot of axes, like or a lot of angles that you can take, like Gen Z, men versus women, best location, worst location, things like that, and then attach it to your topic. And then I also love to use the Content Explorer. If you put case study in the Content Explorer, and then you start filtering on the amount of links, for instance, then you can find some really interesting PR campaigns.
Okay, that's nice. But what's your favorite link building? So what do you prefer
Oh,
posting?
So I do a lot of guest post campaigns. So that's usually what I fall back on because it's guaranteed links, and I have a lot of control over where the link goes. What the target page is, and how the link lives in the article. But it's also something that it's kind of my go-to strategy. I really love other types of link building as well. So I really love linkable assets, but I haven't been able to do that a whole lot. I've done it for a couple of clients, and in those cases, the statistics pieces work really well. So those are not the statistics from the client themselves, but a compilation of statistics around a specific topic. So we did a Black Friday statistics article, and that got a passive link from Adobe, for instance, right? So that's a really great link, and some other links as well. But I wouldn't say guest posting is my favorite link building strategy. It's just my go-to thing that I'm very used to. Right now, I'm really interested in PR, but I'm very insecure about it. I have no idea if I can do it well. So I'm talking to a lot of PR link builders out there, and they tell me, "You got this. We'll guide you through it." And maybe if you ask me again in a month or so, then I'll say, "Oh, that's my favorite link building strategy." But right now, I don't know.
Like many people say that guest posting links are less valuable these days, so they started to cost way more, and the efficiency sometimes seem to drop, so to
Yeah, but
say.
you're talking about paid guest post links, right?
Yes,
I used to
right.
go for free, unpaid guest post links, so that's a little bit different.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I do think that the prices have gone up for paid guest posting, so they might not be that cost efficient anymore.
So you pay sometimes like really $1,000, for example, for this
Yeah.
link, and sometimes it's monthly, and not always you see any return on that investment, do you? So how to make it work? How to make
I
this
don't pay
budget?
$1,000 for a link.
Okay.
So I don't do that. Maybe I'm stupid, but I don't do that.
Is it hard to prepare content for what you are doing right now? Because many content writers, they use AI and all these kind of things. Does your
No.
content strategy still work?
Now, I've been working for many, many years with a South African writer agency. I used to gatekeep them because sometimes I would send a client to them, for their content, and then the client would over order, and it would stress them out. So, but it's Sidelink from South Africa, and it's Robin O'Regan. So at this point, I'm like, Robin, you need to hire more people to be able to do more orders. So yeah, so I work with her, and she's very against AI. So that's very so she doesn't so she will use AI sometimes for fixing the flow of a sentence or listing ideas or something, but she doesn't use it for actual writing.
And what do you think should be the budget for link building? So say you are a like small to medium business, not a big one, not Forbes, not
Well,
something like that actually doesn't need links. What should be the budget nowadays for a decent campaign so that you can reach your goals in terms of link building for SEO, for example, to rank for something?
that's a really broad question, and I think it depends on your goals, right? And on the niche that you're in, and you always have to look at how many links you would need to beat the other person in terms of link building. Maybe you need 50, which I wouldn't start with anyway, but maybe you only need 7 or 10 or something. But it's also, link building doesn't stand by itself. Sometimes I get a lead from someone and they say, "Oh my God, I got a penalty," or bad stuff happening to my site, or I can't change stuff. Do you think links will save me? And I tell them, I don't know. I really don't think so, because you need to fix all this other stuff too. Otherwise, you're just pouring money into the same problem. So yeah, I can't say what a right budget is unless I've done some competitor analysis.
So you start your work with doing some competitor analysis, and you look at how many links they have. Maybe do you count the documents links or the domain links, and how to refine your strategy?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I usually send people a really long questionnaire, like 25 questions, and it has to do with what is giving them the most ROI, what keywords do they want to target for the next 3 months, are there any specific products and services that they want to promote, and based on that, I start looking at are they ranking on something, not in the top 3 but lower, and could that page, does it have boostability? Can I move it up with links and maybe some other work that the client can do? I forgot what the question was, but yeah, I look at I look at boostability, and then I say, hey, this is a good target page. We can go for that, right? Of course, it also has to be a target page that brings some money in eventually. And then I also look at, are there any supporting pages? Because usually the target page is very commercial. And I like to build links to not just a commercial page, but also to pages that support the commercial page.
Do they need to be already ranking, or it doesn't matter?
Let's say it looks like would be a very easy keyword, right? That they would very naturally, that would make sense for them to rank for. We could try that, but I can't say that I've ever done that with a client. Like go after keywords that they don't rank for at all. Maybe I would do that with a client where it's more their brand name, right? Or maybe a product that a new product that nobody else has, or a topic that will become very trending or something like that. But I haven't done it before, but that could be a possibility.
So mostly the type of links you build, they are used to push people forward more in terms of rankings. So for example, they're ranking like number 5 and they want to rank number 1, and backlinks do help to reach that.
Yeah,
Have you also noticed that people who have lots of backlinks don't really suffer from helpful content updates and similar ones?
Ooh, that's been all over the place, to be honest. So there were sites where they had a lot of good backlinks, some from clients, some from people I know, but they did something else. They were going for keywords that had nothing to do with them, that made no sense for them, just to get all the traffic, right? Or they started scaling their content with AI. So in those cases, they had a lot of really good backlinks, and then they got hit by the content update.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you so much, Bibi. Where's the best place to find you? Because I know you've been on Twitter, but then you quit Twitter and you try to limit your social media. So maybe there are some sports where you like to be contacted more, so to say. What's the best place to do that?
Yeah, go to bbboss.com, so you can reach me there. And I've also been more busy on LinkedIn. I always thought LinkedIn was super boring, but then I decided, you know what, I'm just going to have my own party there. So yeah, hit me up on LinkedIn.
You have a party there, so, or it's just
it's a party by myself, basically.
Okay.
But you're invited, Aleyda. You're definitely invited. But I just I just post stupid stuff on LinkedIn, and then hopefully somebody will get me at some point.
Thank you so much,
I'm
Bibi.
lonely on LinkedIn. Please come help me.
So we have another session about backlinks, also an awesome one with Garrett and James, and they're already in the studio. So I'll launch the ad and we'll go to them. Please stay with us. They have an amazing presentation. You won't regret it as well. Just a moment.
All right.
Hi, I'm Olga Zar, an SEO consultant in SEO since 2012. SEOslide.io is the SEO newsletter for ambitious SEOs. Subscribe to get 3 SEO templates, which you can use in your daily work as an SEO. Your competitors are subscribed. Are you? Go to seosly.io and hit subscribe. See you in the next issue.
Hello, James.
Hello, hello.
Hey, guys.
Oh, here we have you. I'm really glad to see you, and I'll want to continue this discussion about backlinks with you after your awesome presentation. I've actually seen a similar one, I think, on SMX, and it impressed me greatly. So I specifically asked them to prepare something like that for us as well. And let me do a very, very quick introduction because I want to spend more time on the presentation generally, but Garrett and James, they both work at Citation Labs, and Garrett is the founder and chief link strategist, and this young man, James Wirth, you'll never imagine, but he has more than 25 years of experience in SEO and digital marketing.
He started when he was very young. Yep.
And now we'll have a portion of this experience in their presentation. So I'll load it, okay?
Thank you.
And we
Thank you,
can
Alicia.
go on with that.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, friends. We're so excited to be here. James Wirth, Garrett French, Citation Labs. Garrett, I think we should just jump right in. What do you think?
Yeah, I want to say, wow, Bibi, I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you for that. It was nice. It was refreshing, and I love kitty cats. This is a little bit of a segue, but I was walking home today from my walk. I take a walk every day, try to, and a kitty cat, little bitty kitten, came up to me and said, "Take me home." So we did. We're going to take it to the vet and see whose it is, but it was just this funny moment where I've been so excited the last few days about this presentation, James, and thank you, James, for all of the work and that you've put in on this with me. It was, so I've been really keyed up and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, this little kitten comes running across the street. He's like this big. I was like, oh, and we already have 7 cats, so I'm not sure, but probably if no one else, unless someone on the call today needs a cat. But okay, we're so excited to be here. James and I are big pet people. I'm a cat guy. He's a dog guy. We don't talk. We don't discuss that very much, but we both appreciate the love that the other has for their dear pets. We're so excited. Thank you all.
There you go. Yeah. All right. That was a great intro. Yeah, look how hard Garrett's working to get people to this conference. He's picking people off the street, even if they're cats. Okay. Sales page link building. One thing that's pretty unique about sales page link building is knowing what pages to start with. And so, we deal with this in many different flavors and circumstances, but often boils down to some combination of these types of. There, he's even got his cat in the frame already. Oh, yeah. That's not the new one, though.
No. Yeah, she's not giving me much time. Sorry.
So we end up with looking for a solid starting point. Bibi mentioned upfront SERP analysis. That's our approach as well. And it usually ends up being some combination of this type of data, a lot of which we can get through third-party tools. And we've built a tool that we use for this that pulls most of this data in via API calls. Sometimes it's not quite this complicated, or at least there's more to it than just the underlying data. And it could be the CMO of the company walking in and saying, "Hey, James," or "Hey, SEO, help us sell more food, please." And there we go. So that's kind of our starting point today. Is we're assuming that we're looking for food, using Chewy as the example here. And we're going to start looking at these pages to get a sense for whether they should be included in a campaign, what the metrics look like. Does this represent an opportunity that will produce fruit sooner rather than later? These are all the types of questions that we're attempting to get to. And so we've got a good number of data points here that we can rely on for that. Of course, from an opportunity perspective, we're looking at search volume. We also pull in the SEMrush organic difficulty score. That's another nice dimension here. Of course, we want to know where we're ranking currently to see if there's even a need for link building. And then we're looking at some other additional metrics that will help us narrow down to whether or not this particular page should be included in a campaign. And of course, it's beyond just the page. We're also looking at the individual keywords, both that we would consider targeting with anchor text and also what the page is ranking for currently. And so essentially the data set here is starting with the page, pulling top keywords by search volume, filtering those down to meaningful keywords, and then looking at the top 10 competitors for each of these keywords. And now we get this really nice comparison, and we can see how we stack up in terms of page authority, how many links per domain. Alicia, that was a great question you asked to Bibi. You know, are we focused on individual backlinks? Are we looking at total domain count, unique referring domain count? And we focus, excuse me, on unique referring domain count. We use that to establish this gap here, the difference between the number of unique referring domains. I'll use this picture since I've already highlighted the number of unique referring domains versus the competition, essentially. And so we're building that average competitor set, or excuse me, the competitor set to determine the average number of unique referring domains. And then the other dimensions here and metrics here help us narrow things down. Okay, things look good from a gap perspective. We've established that there's a need. We've got the pages dialed in, or excuse me, the keywords dialed in, so we know the right keywords that we want to target. We're really confident with how we sit in terms of relative to the competition. Does this look like an opportunity where we'll be able to provide value, show impact, drive ROI, which of course would be after we get more traffic there, more conversions happening, and then the ROI coming. And so this is, essentially our approach, looking through the metrics and dimensions that we have in order to establish whether or not a particular page should be included. And some of these will help us determine whether or not we're likely to show solid results earlier rather than later as well. For example, this is one thing that we like to pull in to get a sense for how active the competitor set is when it comes to link building. And so we get a sense for velocity over the last 3 to 6 months. What are we seeing on a monthly average in terms of unique referring domains showing up in their account? And so if we can pick a page, the one that was highlighted as just to drill in on an example, we slated this for 8 links per month. We've got a number of keywords that we've identified that will help us target our anchor text, make sure we're online, or excuse me, make sure we're in line topically in terms of relevance, and then we take it from there. And so this would be just, let me go back one. Actually, this would be one page in a link building campaign typically, but we wanted to drill down into a single page so we could sort of show the process from our perspective, start to finish. And so I'm going to turn it over to Garrett here now to talk through what that process looks like after we have the pages identified, we have the target keywords, and now we're effectively off to the link building races.
Absolutely. And Bibi, I hope we could have the opportunity to share. We have the tools in public beta. We also have a spreadsheet that James made that is it's an exquisite, beautiful, wonderful spreadsheet that can do all this for you, but you don't need to do it because the tool can do it, and it's free also. But anyhow, Bibi, we would be honored to walk you through and show you how we approach what we call link gap analysis. And really, it does speak to a lot of the questions that Aleyda was asking about, essentially, how do we decide where to go? Where should we build links to? And so, James walked you through the portion he built. That's his design, the tool he was showing you. I'm so proud of you, James. Thank you for that. It's wonderful. And what it does, though, is it helps answer this question: what pages should we build links to? Where are we going to have the best ROI, the most opportunity to have impact? Which is all important things to know. Okay, but now we know our page. So how do we build links to that page? Okay, so this is the question that I really enjoy hearing, especially now that I know that it's a page that's going to definitely provide, well, not that, but with nothing's for certain in SEO, but there's most likely to provide an ROI, right? So this enables us to be in more conversations with CMOs where, link building is kind of this strange beast, right? Like all SEOs know we need to do it, but then kind of making a case for it becomes very difficult with just about everyone, except the in-house SEOs who understand. So how do we approach it? How do you build links to sales pages? So, we started really focusing on sales pages maybe 5 years ago. So this would be a sales landing page, the page that you want to have ranking high for your target keywords, the one that you hope people make a purchase transaction on or make a purchase decision on. So we set about really asking what would make an amazing, citable, citation, link-worthy kind of experience on a sales page. And we approach this in a structured way, in a systematic way. And this portion of the tool of the analysis is coming out in link launch as well shortly, in the free beta as well. This is a tool ad. I'm sorry, but okay, I'll keep going. Who's your customer? Who's your ICP? This is important, but almost more important is who does the ICP have to go to in order to get a yes on a purchase decision? So we want to back into we're not just selling to an individual usually. It's sometimes that's not always true, but for the most part, you're selling into a committee. So we want to start with finding your landing page's stakeholders, the ICP stakeholders, and then we want to dig into what are the questions that are frequently unasked on behalf of by the stakeholders, certainly by the ICP as well, and then also that are frequently asked, but also frequently unanswered. Okay, I know there's a lot of playing around with a lot of wordplay here, but we really are trying to land on this place of what would be the most helpful to the person, the group or the committee that's making a purchase decision. And then let's put that on the page. It's not always comfortable to have these discussions. A lot of the times we're talking about what are essentially, in some cases, questions that people would be afraid to hear on a sales call, right? Like that they don't want to hear. But this is exactly it from our perspective where you should be going. Okay, thank you. I'm spending way too long on each slide. James, help me. Push me
If you see the slide move forward, you'll know it's time to move on. Is that what you want me to do?
Somebody keep me moving. Okay, so this is a view from inside the tool. Now this is AI generated. All right, so we're putting in a page, and we're getting AI to help us kind of think through or predict for us who are the likely stakeholders. Now, pet owners, so this is for cat food. Sorry, let's contextualize ourselves here. This is for the cat food page on Chewy's website. And so we're selling to pet owners. But within the pet owner audience, there's a number of stakeholders that will have some role in deciding, or some role to play in the purchase decision ultimately, right? So we're gonna have the veterinarian. Potentially we could have a pet nutritionist, not probably, but we could. That might be an interesting place to go to kind of get some ideas about what else could be on the page. Certainly we have family members, and this is one that we'll tease out and then I really love to think about. And then also, pet store employees. And so we also ask for predictions around veto power of the stakeholders, right? Because this gives us some sense of who is most likely to, who should we be talking to? When the pet owner is on our landing page about cat food, who would they want to hear from? Who do they want to know more from? Who are they going to be going to get more insights? And so this kind of really helps us flesh out the decision space around purchasing, for in this case, wet cat food. Please advance the slide, sir. So we take what comes out of AI's, kind of suggestions, and then we add, in this case, our own kinds of experience into the array, right? So obviously we have the pet owner. This is who's going to be the user, the one who's feeding the cat. We have purchase deciders. These are the people that are saying yes or no with money. Okay, and so we do have to make this distinction because we have purchase advisors as well, right? We borrowed all this from B2B and SaaS. Okay, this is not crazy stuff. She's like, put me down now, Dad. This is not crazy stuff. especially if you're from a B2B kind of background. But it's uncommon to dig in with this much intention in we've found, at least in more B2C spaces. But what happens is you get such wonderful granular insight into kind of the use cases, when and the variability around application. And that's really where we find a lot of the opportunity for content on the page that could be linkable and utilized in link building campaigns. That's where it comes from. That's where the richness of really of trying to solve a problem with a purchase. It comes from these kinds of places. Okay, taking a breath. So purchase advisors, we're going to have a household budgetary partner. So this is important. We would also have subject matter experts in circumstance-specific implementation. So what am I talking about? Our kitty cat, Punky, he's one of 7, maybe 8 now, because this cat just literally followed me home today. So he's one of 7, and he had a kidney blockage, a urinary tract blockage. So he had to go to the vet. Well, he comes back, and he has to have new food, different food, okay? And so we can't feed him with the rest of the cats. And okay, no problem, right? No, it's not that hard of a problem, but I really would have loved to have somebody to talk to about circumstance-specific implementation of this feeding one cat of 7 this new food. Someone who could say, well, Garrett, what is your feeding process like? Because we keep the cats in the basement at night. It's a big basement. It's beautiful. It's fine.
He's in it right now. It's totally
I'm
fine.
in the this is my I'm in the basement too. They don't let me out until I build enough links. That's the only thing. It's tough. Send help, please. No, so how do we feed them? I would have loved to have had the opportunity to speak to subject matter experts about this very narrow circumstance-specific implementation of a new cat food. We have other purchase affected parties, the cat, his brothers and sisters, the in-colony cats that don't get the food, and then pet caregivers, people who have to come in. We're going on vacation soon for a week. We have a caregiver coming in, so now we have to explain it to her, and so she's going to be affected by this choice as well, by this new food that we're having to give our cat. So why am I talking about all this? These are the places, these complications that are faced by stakeholders. These are the unanswered questions that I had, and that's where I feel like there's a richness of on-page opportunity, and then certainly from there, from what we're deciding to put on a page. This could, obviously we could be doing some surveys around this. I don't know how many 7 cat, or like really by the time you get more than 3 cats, you really are in this. You get 4 cats, people start to look at you funny, and you get to 7, but of really large, maybe there should be some more guidance for large cat colony facilitators like myself. Okay, please keep going. So this is where we start to dig in around stakeholders, key stakeholders, and their unasked questions. And these we brainstormed ourselves. James and I brainstormed ourselves. The tool that, as we've built it now, or the linking context report, which is coming soon to production, does a lot of this brainstorming for you. But James and I this was from our own discussion. But these are the types of facets of frequently unasked questions. This is where link building campaign ideas come from. This is where our ideas come from for key landing pages. We love it when people let us add content. They don't always, but when we're able to, this is what guides us. Okay, so these are the areas: diagnostics, pain solution fit, understanding the total cost of ownership. This one's huge. The total cost of, and I mean, because I think all the time about implementation, doing the bleeping thing, putting the IKEA couch together after it's delivered in a big box to your house. Implementation, it's beautiful online, but now it's 3 hours and I'm grumpy. Worst case scenarios, okay. Best case scenarios. How will I know that this new food made a difference? because I'm going to have to prove it to my wife. She's like, why are we spending twice as much money on this? She would never say that. She wouldn't. But I'm just saying, like, potentially we would have household budgetary discussions, and you know, because it's going to be more expensive to feed Punky this food to keep his urinary tract from clogging again. So we think about the offering itself from each of the stakeholders' perspectives, and then also, you know, from a diagnostic pain to solution fit, understanding the cost of ownership. That would be implementation, maintenance. What is it really going to take to get maximum value from this offering that we're trying to sell to solve a problem with? Am I really going to be able to put in the time and effort realistically? Okay, yes, I am, but I'm just saying. Okay, so stakeholder role, primary care facilitator. This is Garrett in my household. So this is my biographical. This is autobiographical here.
The cats know who to follow home.
Let's just say the cats know who loves cats. My wife loves cats. She, as soon as I showed her the picture, she's like, "Oh my God, can we keep him?" I don't know. We have to see if he has a chip. We don't know who he is. He could be anybody's cat. So the primary care facilitator, and so the unasked question. So I'm thinking this, right? But I'm not asking this. And who would I go to ask this? How can I address budgetary concerns that are valid? How do I address them with a partner who doesn't think they are valid? Who doesn't think that we should spend this much money on cat food? Or this much effort, right? Like added effort to corral Punky into the bathroom and feed him. And then you can't just leave him in there with the food because he's not going to eat it because he's really anxious because his brothers and sisters are getting the regular dry food. He's getting this weird new food. So you got to sit with him and pet him for 15 minutes while he eats. Who's going to take that on? I love Punky. So, I mean, obviously I'm going to take it on, but these are tasks that arise. And these are costs that arise. What I think of as holistic costs of ownership or holistic costs of implementation. I don't know. I'm trying to think of really fancy words to explain it. But that's so it could apply to B2B spaces as well as B2C spaces. Forgive me. Oh, James, go back one.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for pushing me along.
Just thinking time per slide here. We got several more to go.
I'm going way over.
In 9 minutes.
We only have 9 minutes left. Oh my God, you guys. I'm ridiculous. Yay. Okay. So I think everybody gets the general idea. I don't need to talk.
It's still going to be great content.
It is.
Next slide.
Go to the next one. Okay. This is again me. We already kind of addressed this. How do I feed only one of my cats this special food? So we need implementation guidelines, right? I need somebody show me a video. Like, oh, hey, if I'm on the urinary care page of Chewy's website, forget me, Chewy, for picking on you, I probably have an issue with one of my cats. And maybe I'm new to handling these kinds of issues, which I am. And so how about a video, guys? How about a guide? Help me do this. Well, what about if you have a bunch of cats? Because it's going to change everything. It changes everything. Keep going, James. Thank you. The purchase advisor, my partner, who's a budget scrutinizer. I love that. Thank you for scrutinizing. Thank you for holding me accountable for our family's budget. How will we know this purchase actually made a difference in our pet's health? How will we know? I can't answer that question, but a vet could. You know, a vet could tell us, hey, look, your cat will start doing this. It'll be a behavioral sign. Their coat will look more glossy, or they'll look more healthy. They'll do something less or do something more, or you might not really know. You'll have to bring it in for a blood test. But if we get the blood test and we can show that these numbers are coming down or going up if they're supposed to, then we'll know that this food is working. But right now, I'm just taking everybody at their word, and my budgetary scrutinizer, as they should, is not going to trust me unless I've got some proof to back it up. All right, keep going, please, sir. Now this slide is here for James because his little Milo is 12.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
little guy.
Yeah.
So he did do a lot.
He's precious.
Yeah.
I'm spending a lot of time thinking through these sorts of considerations for sure. Absolutely. And it's a whole litany of things that really, things change over time. Their needs change just like ours do. And where's the support for us walking through that process? Yes, I know that they make, food for senior dogs and senior cats, but beyond that, I didn't really understand the difference. So
that's on the Chewy site. We get to the site and there's 3,000 different cat foods. Yeah. 3,000. Okay, keep going, James.
Something with your sound, Garrett. Maybe your microphone.
Am I sounding rough? Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop wiggling around so much. Yeah, this. How do we choose correctly? How do I choose correct? There were 3,000 cat foods. Now we have the solution though, of course. Why would we come why would we come to this conference if we didn't have a solution? James, keep us going. This is how you do it. You earn links by answering the frequently unasked questions and unanswered questions. These were profound. We visited their site. We really looked for these kinds of answers. We could not find them. Chewy failed us is a strong word. I won't say that. I'm a customer, so I won't say that. But this is what would have been super helpful, would be some guidelines, some guidance for me high up on the page about selecting cat food that's right for my cat. And then, more importantly, I want to be able to send that prescription over to my vet. Baby got it. I want to be able to answer that. I want to get what Chewy tells me, and then Chewy let me put it in the email address of my vet, and then send it over to my vet so they can ensure that this is indeed a good food to purchase. Okay.
And one additional element of this is, in Chewy's defense, they have a vet food section. Yeah. They have veterinary care. They have pharmacy, vet pharmacy. They have a lot of these things, but they're all on separate pages. And in some cases, it's really difficult to find them. And so for the average new potential customer who visits, I don't know what their analytics says, 2.3 pages per visit, I'm never, ever, ever going to see any of that content.
It was wild. They have an entire veterinarian section. I mean, like service. You can call
virtual vet
and talk to them for 15
location,
minutes or 20 minutes.
Right, that's right.
There should be a lot more overlap here, and then that's going to give us a lot more what we call, linkable, citable elements that could live on this page. Right.
And this is an example of how we could provide some inputs and it would help us dial in the type of food. So we didn't have to visit all of those other pages. They could put it right here for us. Yeah. And then show us an example of what we could select from.
Chewy, we want to build links for you. Come on.
Yes.
Let us do it. Let us do it. So answers to these frequently unasked and unanswered questions give us on-page concepts as well as off-page. Anything we talked about in our presentation today could perfectly function off-page. It could be off-site. It could be, these could be starting points for surveys and interviews to build out content around solving these particular types of problems. But all along the way, we're working to enable purchase decision consensus. So me and Brandy, my wife, we can agree on the right. This isn't really an issue for us, but can agree on we have plenty, but this isn't the one. But it's like, can we agree on the right food? All right. Can we come to a consensus on that? Implementation road mapping. Help Garrett, because I'm the caregiver. Help me with making sure that Punky doesn't eat any of this other food. My poor vet tech, she said, "Hey, can you check Punky and see if he pees or not?" And I was like, "What? I have 8 litter boxes. How would I just put a litter box with just him into his own? I don't have a room in my house that cats can just get locked into, except all of that. It just wasn't practical. If the implementation, I needed help with that. I needed somebody to really think this through when they're talking about implementing within my own home. And then encouraging best case aspirations and enabling worst case preparations. I love that line, but I'm just partial to my own writing. Okay, keep going, James. Please. So sorry. Okay.
We got 2 minutes.
Oh God.
Let's see. We have 2 minutes, right?
Oh, I got one. I'm going to try to do it in one.
Go for it.
This is this is what I imagine placing offsite, all right, doing surveys and then placing offsite, navigating family budgetary discussions about pets. Okay, everybody needs help with this. Everybody needs help with navigating any kind of discussion. We all do. Budgetary family discussions can be very tricky. How do I do that in a positive, productive way? Okay. How do the optimal nutrition guidelines? I really want help with that for my cat. I'm sure that's out there. So routine changes. Okay, this is what I need. I'm a routine guy. Like this is why I was out on my walk today. That cat was waiting for me. It knew. Oh, Anton, bless you. Thank you so much. Routine changes. I need help with this. How do I know that the changes I've made for my pet are actually having an impact? Okay, that is a very tricky. Thank you. Okay, that's a very tricky place too. And then this last one, we just kind of threw this in, but this was something James and I talked about when we were brainstorming. Is how if you're starting to get in shape with your dog, you're going to start running, and your dog's going to start running with you. Well, not only on the fitness side, how do you do that, but on the behavior side as well. How do you make sure? How do you enable? Because leash training isn't easy for running with the dog. But okay, so these are all ideas. How do you get links? Definitely contributing your expertise. If you've done surveys, if you've done interviews with people, if you've got expertise you could add to a guide or to other people's guides. If you're Chewy and you've really got one person who's your key expert on these areas, that person should be on podcasts, etc. I think we should be surveying vets for a lot of these things. I think we should be surveying very particular types of cat niche demographics, like the crazy cat people like myself, with now 8 cats. Just today went from 7 to 8. I'm an odd person. That's an odd thing. That's an odd choice to make in life. But there's more than just me that's made that choice. I know, the head of school where my kids go has 8 cats or 7 cats as well. It wasn't a race, but we're winning now. But these kinds of surveys become very interesting.
I know a person who has 90 cats in his
90.
Yeah, and he's not crazy.
Amateur.
He's not crazy.
Is it you, Anton? Okay. Survey vets, digital PR pitches. I think if you're surveying your vets effectively and you're enabling them to contribute, and then you're also enabling them to establish their own expertise on their websites or in their newsletters, they might be willing to link back to you as well. I think the vets could be a source. If you're surveying them, I think they could be potential links back. Sponsoring local animal shelters, all right, and adoption sites for pets. I love this one, obviously. I love this one. And you don't go in for a link. You do, but you don't, because look, they have newsletters. These places have newsletters. These places have social media. All right, you're reaching your Chewy.com. You're reaching your target audience. Not every niche obviously has incredible nonprofits like this, but there's a lot of opportunity for reach that link builders often leave unaddressed. Right, we're just after the link. No, sponsor some animal shelters and don't get a link, but get an outreach to their newsletter. Get outreach to their get on their something on your t-shirt on their t-shirts. And then maybe ask them to put a link on their website. There's nothing wrong with that. We're link builders. Let's do it. And then you can earn links naturally. Okay, that's it. That's my presentation. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, and then you repeat this until you have enough links, until you hit your 8 links a month for however many links. And then James, show them. This is what happens. Show them. Show them. This is links. Yes. This is links. This is what links do. Talk about this page, please, James.
Yes. One of my first tasks when I joined Citation Labs was to build out our impact reporting tool. And so this was the first thing we really took on. And the challenge was just how do we correlate the links that we're building to the impact that we're seeing? And so we landed on a time series control-based approach to our impact reporting. Cover a number of metrics. This is all really helpful. All this can be done outside of our reporting tool. It's just hard to get down to this sort of limited, niche down, very specific view. But this is really what we want to be able to focus on. Of course, we're building more into it, but essentially it's rank driven for almost all the metrics. We pull in a couple of third-party metrics like page authority as well. Really like that one. That's a great metric because it's so heavily link driven, and we're focusing sort of across the spectrum of metrics and dimensions that we can utilize to showcase whether our links are having an impact. And they do. These are all real reports pulled from existing clients, and we're seeing great value like this kind of pretty much across the board.
James, go back one. I gotta talk about this page. This slide right here. Look, average rank, priority.
We're more than halfway through our extended time, by the way.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I actually wanted to ask you about this, so
okay,
perfect.
You can expand it. So it was one of my questions.
This is a very emotive. It's not going to add any like actual understanding, but just for me, seeing link impact for the first time, it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. This is links. This is what links do to a page. Do you see? So the little green line going down is the control. These are the pages that aren't getting links on the site, right? And then these are the pages that are getting the links and nothing else. No changes to the pages, only links. Control and campaign. Links are working. Links do things, they improve your rankings. I know that's crazy to be saying as a link builder, right? Why is it, I feel uncomfortable saying it almost. Like, should I even admit that? I should, because it's true, and here's proof. Okay, keep. Aleyda,
do you have a question?
Yeah, one of my questions to you was actually if you track which particular link has worked and which didn't. And the next my question, when you'd say that you know which links work, which not, I'd be asking you like, what do you do with the links that don't work?
Why are you asking such hard questions? That is a really difficult question. I don't like that question. Can I have a different
We've looked
question?
into it a lot. I'm happy to answer that one. We've looked into it a lot. It's something that we're still trying to be able to find ways to identify definitively and feel confident about the correlation. It's pretty tricky to know. The best way to do it is set one set of links to one page and a different set of links to another page, so you have a cleaner differentiation between those links. But there are so many other sub-factors, of course, as we all know. So even that's problematic as well. So that it does get really tricky. We've done a number of studies around DA. We're not a DA shop. We don't sell by DA. We don't look at only high DA links to build. We look at all links regardless of DA kind of thing. And one thing that we have noticed is we haven't noticed is an outsized impact for links that are higher DA. They seem to have this, essentially all other things equal, they have the same impact as links from lower DA. But beyond that, that's about where our more definitive research has ended at this stage.
I've also had a question from Bibi, and she was asking about something that you had in the beginning of your presentation. It's what's the prompt you used to ask AI for the ICPs? I
have so many prompts about this. It's one of my favorite things to build right now. There's a whole article on our site, Bibi.
Many articles.
Let's have a call about it. Let's talk it through. Let's have some AI fun. It's really fun to utilize, and it really does an amazing job at predicting into places that are at the very least, lovely conversation starters and starting points for kind of understanding who should we be talking to, what should we be asking as it applies to this very individual specific page that client A wants links built to so they can show their CMO that links work and do something.
Yes, but we've got videos, we've got a bunch of specific use cases where we've got all the prompts in there. There's a quick start guide, a whole bunch of resources that are available for people to be able to learn those prompts, customize them their own. Yeah, their own.
Look,
we have one more thing to share, and I'd love to put,
exciting.
Yeah, well, I'd love to put this screen up at the very end, just like you did, but we've got one more thing to share, which is Garrett wasn't happy with just our sponsorship of the conference today, so we'd like to do something else. Garrett, do you want to go through this?
I am so excited to offer $50 to SEO charity if you will come and let me and James twist your arm and excruciatingly pitch you for 30 minutes.
It's not
No, it's not going to be that bad. It'll be fun. We're going to talk about, and this goes for Bibi too. That's why I want you to sign up for this. We'll do $50 and up to, I don't know. Let's just see how much we do.
Through the end of the month. You don't have to. We don't have to have the meeting by the end of the month, but we're asking you to sign up by the end of the month and sign up for a free beta account on Link Launch. Beta. And then we'll meet and we'll load an analysis for you into your account, and you can go through the analysis yourself.
We got this tool. We are primarily a link building services company, but we want to showcase this tool. We want feedback, and we want to help kitty cats and dogs. Nothing wrong with dogs. I love dogs too.
Thank you, everyone. This was amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. It was my pleasure. Anton, do you want to add anything before we pass to?
We didn't ask Anton if we could do that. I hope that's okay, Anton.
No, great stuff. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for being with us. And we do have last session, Aleyda Solis session, recorded because she couldn't do it today. She's flying to Iceland. Well, I wish I was flying to Iceland. So she's done this session on Monday. So Alicia cut a little bit of it, and we will put the main question she answered. So it's why we could let you speak more. But next time, if we agree with you, you probably have to. Yeah,
we'll keep it tight.
I'm just going to blame James. I'm going to blame James because he did not make me practice very much. That is unkind. It is entirely my fault.
We usually blame for everything Google, but we can't do it today. We had John Mueller earlier on this on the day. So I got it today. Let's blame Bing for that. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Thank you for your offer. If you can send me, I made a screenshot, but if you can send me exactly your offer, we'll try to publish it everywhere.
Yes.
Put it everywhere.
Yeah, and get it running.
We're so grateful for what you're doing.
Okay.
And in our email as well. Okay. In our email as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. And Alicia, let's do last recorded, but not the least session for today. Yeah.
So I should leave session now? When should I stop talking?
Okay, thank you very much. Without further ado, it's all yours, guys, Alicia and Aleyda.
Okay, I'll now present Aleyda. I don't know who doesn't know Aleyda, but if there are some people who don't, just a couple of words. Aleyda is famous SEO consultant, author, speaker, and entrepreneur, and it's perhaps one of the most positive person in our SEO industry. Among other things, Aleyda is the founder of RINT, I hope I spell it right, a boutique SEO consultancy agency, and a co-founder of Remote is Nat. It's completely free platform where I myself have found a few nice link builders and SEOs for myself. And also everyone knows this learning SEO platform where you can find all the knowledge about SEO encompassed in just one content, and the roadmap for your learning and whatever you need, basic learning as well as advanced learning, everything. So it's something that everyone knows, and Aleyda is the founder of that. And SEO for More, my favorite SEO newsletter. Yeah, and Aleyda is in the t-shirt of SEO for More. If you are not subscribed yet, go with this link and subscribe. You'll never regret it. And once again, it's one of my favorite newsletters in SEO. And Aleyda, do you sleep at all?
I try to. Thank you very much, Alicia, for your kind words and amazing intro. I really appreciate it. I'm delighted to be able to be here today and support such a great cause, for sure. And yes, I'm very looking forward to start answering the many questions that I was sent. I was pretty surprised to see so many questions. Hopefully this means that all these people have already donated to the great cause that we're supporting here. And if not, then this is a moment to do it for sure. And yes, more than happy to start going through the questions. I have already highlighted a few to start answering, but by all means, Aleyda, if people here who are watching this want to ask any question that you consider to be relevant, do let me know. More than happy to go through those questions too. That one of the things that I actually enjoy the most doing, which is why I also have the newsletter, is to share with the community, give back to the community, and to ensure that the information that we have in the community is relevant and is aligned to what is actually expected from us, right? There are a lot of information out there. Some good, some less good, let's say. So this is why I want to start with the questions. But I don't know, Aleyda, if you want to add anything else before I start going to the questions. Sorry.
Yeah, you are free to add your questions in the comments, and if there is something interesting, we'll ask Aleyda, of course.
Amazing.
If not, maybe we'll do that something in the written form or whatever else. And also, even if you cannot donate, you can help us spreading the word. You can post about this on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever else, and invite your friends and your colleagues to our show, so to say. Okay.
Amazing.
And, would you like me to read the questions, or would you like to do that yourself?
I can start with the ones that I already have. Then with the ones that you receive, I will appreciate if you can do it. So the questions that I want to start with here, I believe that is a common challenge that a lot of SEOs tend to have, unfortunately. Even whatever type of clients they're dealing with, is someone saying, when working with a client on SEO, you notice the paid portion of their digital marketing is moving your organic improvements around on page 1. How do you convince them they could adjust their paid spend to account for more organic lift with the improvements you've made? So what I understand here is that the paid search, the PPC campaigns going on, that might a little bit, on one hand, cannibalize what you're doing in terms of SEO, organic search traffic. Then another way that I can also understand this is like, okay, they are spending and they are investing a lot on paid search. It would be great to have a little bit of that spend also going to SEO, which is something that, again, I've seen happening a lot. Like pretty much even for the top brands out there, you can see that they have a lot of direct traffic, and SEO is likely the second one. And then they have social, they have and then they have paid search. But then, of course, the budget of paid search is 10 times more than SEO. So it's a challenge. So we need to, on one hand, become better, develop our skills, sales skills and marketer skills in SEO, to develop cases and showcase how much more cost effective we can end up being in the long term. Because I definitely understand the need of having paid search campaigns for very, let's say, timely needs. There is like very specific type of seasonal campaign or need that you need to address right away, and you haven't had the chance to prepare yourself with an SEO process accordingly because you started a couple of months back, right? Things like that. But also because you have seen that there are so many more, let's say, complex or competitive queries from an organic search standpoint, that you're not yet able to rank in the top positions because your sectors might be quite competitive, and there's a need to have paid search campaigns to be up there. Then what happens? Then you can end up getting featured in the top positions, also organic positions. But paid search will continue to get there. At the end of the day, a lot of the traffic will go to the ad whenever you're there. So for that matter, you actually need a good coordination with the PPC specialist and to start doing tests. Okay, I am already in the top positions for these queries, which are very expensive queries for which we are paying right now for you to get the clicks. Let's agree to stop the spend there, and so you can spend on advertising for other queries where we are not yet in the top positions. So it actually makes more sense to spend in there rather than overspending on something that is already ours, because we're already top organically. And to start making tests if the decision makers are not 100% sure, if the other stakeholders are not 100% sure, okay, let's start doing tests, the before and after. We stop spending for the group of queries for which I am in the top. What happens is the audience shifting, or the traffic is shifting to the actual pages are ranking organically well. I am tracking that the number of clicks and traffic that used to go to ads are going out to my relevant category page, product page, and so on, that is ranking at the top position. So it's about tracking well, measuring well, and coordinating well. And then, of course, if you see that you're already there, it's about making the case from a business standpoint with the decision maker. Look, from a paid search standpoint, we were paying, an example, 10K per month to get this traffic. This is not necessary now because I am able to regain or this traffic has already shifted to my top positions, organic positions. And this is the proof that I have this traffic has already migrated to these pages, because I am ranking already for these queries organically. So this 10K that you used to invest in paid search, let's agree, like half of it can go to continue investing for other type of queries that actually make sense from a paid search standpoint, because we're not yet there in SEO. And the other half, give it to me to accelerate the process and to develop a few strategies that will allow me to actually start ranking better for these queries for which we are not yet, right? So this should be the mindset. It's about coordinating with the paid search specialists on one hand, showing proof and showing data from a conversion standpoint, from a revenue standpoint, to decision makers, because at the end of the day, they don't understand about technicalities. They don't understand about doesn't speak that is connected to business, to revenue, which is what they care about, right? And this is how we should start communicating our needs and start coordinating with the paid search specialist, because at the end of the day, it's not about, okay, and I have seen these literally scenarios in the past. Unfortunately, it's like the paid search team, they say that they don't want to stop bidding for these queries because they have forecasts to hit, and they didn't take into account that we will be there already from an organic standpoint. So, but they have forecasts to hit. It's like, oh, cannot they start bidding for other topics, or the queries, or the areas that actually makes more sense from a cost, from an ROI standpoint? It's like that, right? But it's about coordinating, working together, not in silos, and showing that there are other ways for them that you can support them. Look, why you don't start bidding for this other type of topics that I haven't yet been able to rank well organically, that actually makes sense for you to start bidding to. So it's about this type of communication that we should develop. Of course, working on a silo won't help, and also it also helps to communicate well with decision makers in terms of the business. And then I have other two questions that have a lot to do with this that I will like to answer. And by the way, this first question was sent by John Sukowati. Thank you very much for your question. And then this other one was Kevin Jonas, and Kevin asked a couple of questions that are very connected together about when pitching to clients, how do you reply when clients say you're too expensive? And when consulting with clients, do you usually provide traffic forecasts with your strategy? And I believe that Kevin here actually answer himself his question when pitching to clients. What do you reply when they say that you're too expensive? It's like at the end, it's about ROI. Maybe you need to invest a bit at the start, especially at the start, because your web architects, maybe you have a single page application. You don't have a proper web architecture that you can rank with properly for all of the query permutations that I have. So you need to even have to redevelop your site, right? So at the beginning, the investment will be very high. But if you're able to show the decision maker that you're able to move the needle and to make the SEO process ROI positive in a reasonable timeline, very likely they should be open to support you, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about cost effectiveness and revenue and being ROI positive. So one of the ways to do this is with forecasts, doing traffic forecasts. And say, okay, I am right now ranking in positions top 50. I'm not even in the top 10, top 5, or top 3, which are the what will actually bring traffic, meaningful traffic. And but if you give me this and this and this resources from a technical standpoint, content standpoint, and promotional link building standpoint, I will be here in 6 months, and I will be able to be in the top 10, because many of these queries are not even that competitive at all. And which for those very few pages that you actually already have, you're already in the top 10. So it's not due to the lack of authority that you already have. It's just because how you are structured. So you develop a forecast and you say, okay, if what this current rank is, I am here. If I am able to rank in the top 10 or top 5, top 3 in 1 year, this is the type of traffic that I will get if you apply the click-through rate of the positions that you're aimed to target. Then you can also do the reverse, right? Your current traffic, and what will happen if you improve in 5%, 10%, something that is reasonable, right? Beyond or as an aggregate of your current organic search traffic trend, right? How much that will mean, not necessarily from a traffic standpoint, because again, I am investing 50K and you're only bringing 10K more in traffic. It's like, this is not cheap. This is very expensive. However, what you should add there in the calculations is like, this is not 10K more in traffic, but this is this in extra revenue, this in extra conversion. And ultimately, if you're spending 50K, this 10K in traffic will bring this extra conversions and revenue that from an ROI standpoint will perfectly justify in just 6 months or in a year your investment. And in 2 years, it will like multiply by 10 the investment, right? This is the type of math that you need to do. And yes, doing forecasts is very, very should be a straightforward approach to follow. Then also you can, to show that you're not bringing this data from out of nowhere, right? You can go to tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, SEO ranking, many of these tools that provide the organic search traffic of the top ranked pages, and you can take a look at how much traffic these pages that you are recommending to create are attracting. So you can show the proof to your client. Look, if we were ranking for the same topics as this other player is doing already, this is the type of traffic that it will bring. Let's apply our current conversion rates and average price per product, and this is how much we will have. But we need to create these pages first, or optimize them, or promote them accordingly, right? But after 6 months, after a year, this is how much that they will bring. And then finally, whenever we hear is cheap or is expensive, it's because we are being compared to something else, very likely, very usually, right? So another thing that we can do is, oh, you're too expensive. Compared to what? Because many times if we go and check how much it will cost to bring the same type of traffic for these queries that many times are very expensive in paid search, the cost in PPC will be 3 times more of what we're asking to spend And what we're asking to spend is actually an investment on the website to improve many other features and functionalities and configurations that will positively impact users at the end of the day, because SEO is very aligned to a good user search experience and a good user experience overall. So my argument here will be, okay, you say that I am too expensive. Let's compare and let's see how much will this traffic be if paid search will bring this traffic. And you will see that if they try to bring this traffic, many times will be more expensive. Maybe not in a month, but maybe in the 6 months. And your results, again, is not to buy traffic, but to invest on your website characteristics to bring this traffic and attract this traffic eventually at scale in a way that you don't need to be paying every single month. So at the end of the day, it will highly compensate after a year, right? So this is the thinking and this is the mindset that you should have when trying to come up with a case and showcase the value of your work and how the value of your work will have other type of implications, positive implications into other areas, the UX team, the speed team, other teams that are looking to improve the user experience and will highly benefit from whatever you're recommending. So that is very, very important. Then I have another question here regarding, will search engines crawl the pages even after putting no index tags? Then this is a question from Nagy. And then creating thousands of pages using programmatic SEO will cause any spam issues too. So 2 questions in one. So I want to address them because my guess here is that Nagy is asking this because they want to follow a programmatic approach, which I love to talk about because there's this, unfortunately, we know how in SEO we like to tag things, and we often take this black and white type of approaches to things. And for many, programmatic SEO means spam, which is not true. In fact, if you work with enterprise level clients and many startups too, you will see that because of their nature, characteristics, marketplaces, for example, or e-commerce, they need to follow a programmatic approach in order to be able to scale and to be able to fulfill the need and showcase all of the product inventory. It's a requirement. It's not a matter if I like it or not, or if an approach that just makes sense because of the business model. And then on the other hand, usually the tactics that exist are not bad per se. It's how we use them at the end of the day. And yes, you can use programmatic to scale, but if you make sure that the rules focus on quality, on generating a quality output that actually connect with user needs at that point in the customer journey, that you're offering information, products or services that are actually unique and are actually useful and fulfill the need of the user when asking these questions, and you provide value to the user, it shouldn't be something spammy. It shouldn't be something bad. The issue is that when you start to, you intend to index a lot of information that many times doesn't make sense even at scale, just to target and rank for many query permutations for which you don't have a unique offering, you don't have anything of value to add or to fulfill the need of the user. When you go and take a look at which are the other players ranking in top positions, you can see that the players ranking in those top positions have a completely different nature than your website, or have a much better offering that you won't have a way to deliver right now. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense, right? Also, programmatic SEO is, and I was talking about this with a client earlier today, is about setting good rules of how to scale in a smart way, right? So if you're starting, if you don't have that much of an offering at the beginning, you will want to do an audience research, a keyword research to understand what is the current search behavior, topical behavior of your audience, and identify, okay, which are the top 50 topics or 100 or 1,000 topics that the permutations actually are relevant for me to target, add value for me to target business-wise, and I have already a valuable offering to target still today, even if I am starting. And let's establish rules to make sure that I only index, which I believe is why this person is asking about. If I no index a page, will Google stop crawling? Yes, Google has mentioned, and if you work with large websites, you will see that after a while, if you no index a page and just stop endorsing these pages, internal linking them not as well, or including them in XML sitemaps, well, Google won't have that much of incentives to continue crawling these pages as much, because, well, they don't bring value. They are not meant to be indexed or ranked anyway. So yes, if you want to make sure that Google will crawl a page, better to index it. And it's even better if it is unique and meaningful to rank, that they find that it's meaningful to index and rank as well, and competitive and unique, etc. Right? But my point here is, like, if you want to follow the programmatic approach, establish rules, establish query permutations that actually make sense for your products and connect with the way that people actually search. Start with a little number of permutations. Don't try to target them all. Start by little with the rules, and then make sure that your indexing or indexing rules take into account the inventory of data, of information, unique information that you have. So, for example, if you don't have more than 3 features or 3 products or 3 offerings per page, you no index, and you will start indexing when you go beyond 3, for example, to ensure that there's uniqueness and information there to fulfill the user needs. And then, of course, you can make sure that you provide a great experience with those pages by featuring FAQs that actually make sense and address real concerns and questions. Add testimonials, add user-generated content, and so good internal linking that actually helps the user to browse these pages and are crawlable, right? The navigation is crawlable, etc. Right? But yes, use the no index meta robots there and no index to avoid not necessarily the crawling. The no indexing is not necessarily to avoid the crawling, but that will be a consequence of no index in the long run. Google will be incentivized to crawl less, but to avoid trying to index something that is not worthy because it's not unique, it's not helpful, it's not as relevant, or doesn't have the type of information that is comprehensive enough to be worthy to rank as well. And you don't want Google to take that into account and find you to be not as useful, not as relevant, not as high quality as you should, right? Or as you want. So there's definitely that. I want to also address this other question now that I spoke a little bit about programmatic, because this has to do about scaling too. Let's say I managed to get the math to match all of the most semantically related words in terms of causing similarity and other LLM techniques for a mid-range competition. And but my site is brand new, so I have little backlinks. Would I rank above? What is how to advantage the top 5 websites, like websites that have backlinks. Both situations are with good tech SEO, let's say. Thank you. And so pretty much the question is like, okay, it seems that, again, this person has been able to develop content in bulk because they leverage, it seems, the AI content generation. And they say, okay, I already have my content, and my content is able to semantically connect with the queries that I want to target, but my authority, my popularity is very behind the ones that are ranking first. So I want to go back here to the content, because yeah, maybe your content from a semantic standpoint, and we know that there's so many tools nowadays, and we know about embeddings, etc., might be semantically relevant to the top term, but my question is it useful? We know that this is the differentiator at this point. In an era in which content, as we can see, is commoditized, can be generated in bulk thanks to AI. And if you have a good approach, you have a good filter, good workflow, etc., you can make it work, as we can see. My question is like, is your offering helpful enough? Is your offering of content or information actually addressing the user needs? Because that is what ultimately will make your content get backlinks. If you see that your actual gap versus your main competitors are backlinks, authority, popularity, if you start promoting, doing outreach, whatever tactic to gain backlinks with these pages, ultimately nobody wants to link to content or pages that are not useful or bad, or that's the reality. This is a human thing, right? Very reasonable. Then on the other hand, even if you're able to get all the backlinks in the world and you have all the semantically relevant content, if you're not offering and fulfilling really the user needs with your information or your offering in that page beyond the information, because maybe the information per se is not your business model, right? And the user intent is to buy a product or buy a service, not only to consume information. Google won't rank you well. We have heard about the Google Doc leaks in which we have been confirmed that Google takes into consideration user engagement, right? Google will likely see that the users, even if at some point they start ranking you well because of your relevance, your popularity, whatever, if the user doesn't engage with your content, seems to like your content, maybe the rankings won't stick as much as you wish, right? So I will recommend make your offering not only semantically relevant, but actually to make sense to the user and to fulfill the user needs and to ensure that you provide the best, most comprehensive experience for the user that fulfills their need at that stage of the customer journey. That is what I will be obsessed to do first. And then once that I make sure that I have that in place, even if you have a programmatic layer, that additional layer won't be programmatic because it's like cherry on top. Once that you have that, you can start like establishing your strategies to grow your authority, your popularity. On one hand, with backlinks, on the other hand, like establishing your brand, doing brand-oriented type of activities and promotion. That is what I will do. Of course, backlinks play a role. Popularity play a role. I go ahead and do a gap analysis. Let's remember that you shouldn't be obsessed with the number of backlinks. Quality matters. Relevance of the link matter. The context of the link matter. Again, this is something that we already knew, but we got more confirmation after the recent Google Doc leaks, right? That is stuff that is actually taken into account and measure. We don't know exactly how, right? Because we shouldn't assume necessarily from what we got access, but the metrics are there and are gathered. And we know that this is my point, and potentially how I'm going to start wrapping up from the current questions that I have here. Think about the user. If you know that this is what users will like and how they get fulfilled and how you will address their needs and what they will find to be more comprehensive and they will feel fulfilled from it, do it. You don't need, this is about marketing at the end of the day. This is about UX. This is about delivering value. This is about product marketing. Forget about the technicalities. I don't care if you have seen a confirmation that this is a ranking factor or not. Forget about semantically related. That is the base. That is the base. This is a given. But build upon that to make sure that what you actually offer makes sense for the user and connect with what the user needs to be able to sell and to convert and to make sure that your rankings stick. And it's not a one-time type of tactic that maybe Google overlooks only temporarily, but won't stick much anyway. So, and you deliver value. It's about delivering value to the user at the end of the day. So I think that, well, the ones that I wanted to highlight the most, there are a couple of more here that I can also address. But I don't know, Lesha, if you would like to highlight any question that you have received that you think is super helpful and might be aligned with the ones that I haven't yet address to start wrapping up here?
I think that there were interesting questions, but they are not very related to what we're talking about, and they are quite like self-evident. So I think we can continue with what we have with our. If we happen to have one or two questions in the comments, go ahead, ask them. People are very shy; they are somehow afraid to do that. But maybe if we have some really good questions, we'll ask them.
Perfect. So I have an interesting question here regarding and I think that this is important, right? Context matter here. Is there an advantage to breaking down my 4,000 URLs into multiple category specific XML sitemaps rather than keeping a single sitemap? Currently, I have two XML sitemaps, one for the main sitemap that includes all the URLs except the blog, and one specifically for the blog. Thank you very much, Rohit, for this question. And for 2,000 URLs, I wouldn't spend my time trying to optimize XML sitemaps. I mean, if you don't have a proper navigation, by all means, I will highly, highly recommend you to have an XML sitemap. But if your website, that is very small, by the way, with only 4,000 URLs, has a proper navigation, crawlable navigation, you link from your top navigation to your top categories link to your top subcategories and top products, and they cross-link between them to each other on one hand. And these are crawlable. Having XML sitemaps is always a great idea as an additional mechanism to let Google know about your URLs, but it's not something that I will obsess if you don't have millions of URLs necessarily, right? And if your URLs are not changing all the time, they are not being published or eliminated and redirected, so you have a very dynamic inventory. It's not your case, right? So I will just make sure that your XML sitemap is up to date, is refreshed every time that you update the website with the URLs that are actually indexable, that you're not endorsing by including in your XML sitemaps URLs are returning 404s or are redirected or I can canonicalize to other URLs that don't really make sense to crawl or to incentivize Google to crawl, just to find out that, these pages are not meant to be indexed anyway. But I wouldn't spend my time trying to break down an XML sitemap, trying to help the crawlability of the pages, because you see that the pages are not indexed. If you have an XML sitemap and a proper navigation and only 4,000 URLs and you don't see that URLs are getting indexed, it's very likely not because, and if you're not blocking your website with robots.txt, right, it's not very likely because of lack of crawlability issue, which is what the XML sitemap will solve, but actually because of if your pages are worthy to index, if they have unique content, meaningful content, relevant content that actually address the user needs, or maybe they have rendering issues because there's an over-reliance on JavaScript. Also another hypothesis, right? But I wouldn't necessarily focus on the crawlability side of things with this number of URLs, with XML sitemaps, if you don't have all of this additional content. So this is the type of thinking that I hope that many of you develop, right? Like, does it make sense to tackle this type of configurations in this context, right? Because by all means, if you have millions of URLs out there that are changing all the time, and you see half of them are not getting crawled at all, go and take a look at your navigation and your XML sitemaps. If that's not the case here with 4,000 URLs, I wouldn't necessarily go into that. Then I have another question that is interesting by Con. Very exotic names we're getting here. Thank you very much, Con, for your question. How does a successful independent SEO consultant get new clients? This is a chicken and egg type of situation, right? Like, I remember that my first clients as an independent consultant came because, thankfully, when I was already working as still an employee back in the day, I had already started giving talks or at events. I share with blog posts, I share over social. So eventually, when I became independent, and I remember I published a blog post saying I'm independent, taking new clients, etc. People already trusted me, already knew that I was capable of doing certain type of SEO things, right? And so they started to refer me clients. accordingly and come to me because they knew that I was available. So it was something very organic, as you can see. So from my experience, what I can say is that the best way to get clients as an SEO consultant is establishing trust and showing potential clients and your businesses out there that are your target market that you can do what you're selling, that you can do audits, that you can do this type of analysis, that you can do this or that. So for that, before you become an independent SEO, you should be able to establish that the authority and the trust that you're capable to do all that. And I will highly recommend you to start sharing your use cases or your analysis of what you do in the day-to-day, showcasing your skills, because at the end of the day, this is very reasonable, right? Like a company that wants to hire an SEO or a service, they will look for people who are reliable, who they trust, who they know that they are not going to scam them, or that they have actual experience doing this successfully in the past. So having a few case studies or success stories or people endorsing you for good work always help. So if you're able, even when you are working for others as an employee, I will start doing a little bit of like engagement, offering my even pro bono consulting for organizations that are well worth it to develop those skills and have people and businesses that refers you are happy to refer you, endorsing you. And you can, I will highly recommend you to start developing your own website, describing what you do, what are your target market, what are the type of clients that you're looking to engage, and what is the type of outcome they can expect from you, and engage and within the community of the audiences that you're looking to attract. Go to events online, in person, meetups, share in LinkedIn, share in X or in social media what you're able to do, and start establishing potentially like partnerships with other professionals that you can collaborate with or can complement what you do. For example, PPC person that have clients only in paid search, but will look to partner with someone from organic search and refer each other, things like that, for example. So I will take that path and I will apply this sort of thinking and principles to start developing a good client base. Sharing is, for me, is like usually the best way to show that you can do what you preach, right? Like that, and helping others too, that also help in the community, because they will endorse you and they will refer you very likely. Having good clients that are happy to refer you, and most of the clients that I get nowadays are clients who I have worked with in the past and they have already a good experience with me, or they know someone that I have worked with in the past, so they refer me too, and they are happy to refer and come with me straightforward. It's much easier to pitch and to sell something to someone who already trusts you rather than not, right? So these are pretty much my recommendations, and that's pretty much it. I believe that we are a little bit beyond the time that we had set for our today's Ask Me Anything. And in any case, I see that there are so many questions. This also gives me ideas of posts that I can address in next days, of course, while promoting SEO for PAWS in LinkedIn. And I will try as much as possible to continue answering these questions and also like clarifying any doubts that you may have.
Thank you, Aleyda, a lot, and thank you for everyone who attended and everyone who donated and everyone who shared, of course. And just thank you. Follow us. We have the big event on 25th of September. And we are back.
Yeah, we are back, and today's sessions are finished. We have everything already done. Thank you very much for everyone who attended, and a huge thanks for our sponsors. Yeah, we did collect more or less $7,000 altogether, slightly more, but we have to check it again. So I think it's all good and success, and all this money, we don't take anything, will go to small shelters in Ukraine, shelters for cats and dogs. And thank you very much for our sponsors again. We have plenty of sponsors, big, small. And if you go to our page, seocharity.com, all sponsors are clickable, so you can click and check what they do. Some of them
And
obviously.
also, we have the links under this video, so you can check also.
Yeah,
well,
in description of
separately.
this video there is a link for every sponsors. Also 2 links to donate. So please do donate. Please do go check, click on a sponsor, and check what they do. I'm pretty sure every one of you can find something useful. Maybe not from all of the sponsors, but surely from some of them. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you again. What do you think, Alicia?
Yeah, maybe in half a year or something like that. I'll
Yeah.
be more than happy to do that. We'll start
fantastic.
preparation in advance,
Sure.
and we'll
So
do
if
it better.
Yeah, if you want to be a sponsor, shoot us an email, or if you want to speak as well. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Bye.